that are getting paid, that can be very notable. And it's worth noting also that although I didn't post it in my research here, all of these payments that I saw, literally all of them are in USDT. So they're paid via cryptocurrency. You're paid out via cryptocurrency. I guess in this case, this is a PayPal payment, so it might just be a direct payment. But almost all the campaigns I saw are paid out via USDT. So that's a cryptocurrency that's tethered to the dollar. So that's notable because I think that's very favorable to third world and second world countries. Okay, so let's take a person like Clavicular that we were talking about before, and you've got the 2.2 billion views on top of 70,000 clips. Like, how expensive is this campaign to run? Like, how crazy are we talking here? Well, it's going to be about 31,700 views on average because we're just taking the 2.2 billion and we're dividing it by the 70,000. And you get paid if you aggregate 100,000 views. You don't get paid if your total clips are below that. So there will be some percentage of people that just don't get paid, but I think the majority do. But let's say that, like, in a situation, just to give you an idea, where even like in a crazy number where like 70% of the views are free, which I think is probably closer to like 20% or 30%. The math on it is it would cost $666,371 a month, even at $1 CPM, just to run Clav's campaign alone, not even considering all of these other people. So literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars are being spent every month to do this. So who's doing it? Who's paying for this? Right? That to me is one of the most interesting parts, because a couple of things, right? Number one, there are not many people that can set up campaigns like this. We're talking like management of hundreds of people, and like this is a lead operator marketer stuff. This is not like streamers. Okay. Very few of these streamers are running these campaigns themselves. There are people that are doing it. Like, there are streamers that are running these campaigns themselves, like to lesser degrees. And I mean, you could also just have 3 people in your Discord do clips for you, and you could run a campaign like this yourself. But when I'm talking about these big Discord operations, these are being funded. And it's really interesting to see who is actually funding them and what is actually going on here. Because with respect to the streamers, I don't think that most streamers are really business oriented. That's just been my experience being a top talent manager for many years. I don't think that, and now I'm an agent on the brand side. I've worked with thousands of influencers, great entertainers, mostly not the sharpest tools in the shed when it comes to business, with a few exceptions. So they're not going to run campaigns like this. Who is running these campaigns? Well, let's go back to our friend Clavicular and see what he says about it in this clip.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place: flights, hotels, cars, while staying within budget and earning professional rewards. Right now, they could be giving you $500 in Navan rewards for onboarding your company. Finance teams love it too. Real-time spend tracking, automatic approvals, and seamless accounting integrations. Already using Visa or Amex? Keep your rewards. Navan just handles the reporting. Even group trips are easy. Invite your...
One of the fastest come-ups in streaming. Absolutely.
Why do you think you're the fastest growing creator in the world right now?
I think I have a lot of strategies that are good for viral clipping engagement. I think Kick has helped push me a lot with their clipping budget. So, over 6 figures a month.
So Kick, over 6 figures a month.
And that campaign have been going towards pushing me out there to know audiences, because on Kick, there's not really a lot of growth, right? There's not as many users as Twitch, so people aren't organically coming across your streams. So they kind of have to incentivize people to stream on that platform in other ways. And one of the ways I go about it is with the Kick clipping program, where there's like a $20 or $30 CPM, and that kind of incentivizes people.
For the $20 and $30 CPM, he's referring to bounties, the system that we referred to before. The actual CPMs are much lower, but everything else he said is true. So that's right. The primary way that all of this is being funded is that Kick is literally paying for it, the platform. So the streaming platform Kick is quite literally paying for all of this. They are paying to the tune of actually millions of dollars a month to do this. Now, you might say, why? Do they really love their streamers so much that they just want to feature their broadcasters? Well, I mean, that's like a part of it. But there's a couple more interesting things that are going on. So let's talk about the Kick funnel and what is happening. Now, you astute observer, you deep analysis person, you may have noticed a particular
Wild.
line right here. Now, this is the public Discord. This is the public Discord for the clipping. Like if you want to start with clipping, you come here. But what if you want to be one of these Kick clippers? Well, you have to get into the Kick specific program, and there is an application once you've been established to get into that. That's the funnel. So you start in the free place, and then you eventually get into these invite only places where all of the secrets go. And the invite only places where all the secrets go are quite interesting. Okay, because I mean, we can't possibly know what goes on there because they're invite only, and no one would ever invite me, or would they? Okay, so I did some underground journalism, got into a couple of these servers, and you can see here as the overlay guide. Let's read this. Please use the examples below to make sure the Kick logo and watermark placement is correct on all clips. The Kick overlay should always be clearly visible and placed so that it can be properly seen at all times. Make sure the overlay is sized and placed exactly in this guide before submitting. It must stay visible at all times, must remain clear and instructed at all times, sized and placed to fit your clip exactly as shown in this guide. Some UI stuff here. Follow the examples. Incorrect logo placement may result in your clip being rejected. AKA, very important right there. That's kind of the key thing to focus on. If you do not put the Kick logo, as seen right here, onto your clips, you do not get paid. So every one of these multiple billions of views has that Kick logo square right into the right in the bottom for the entire duration of the video, and every one of the clippers is doing that. That is why Kick is doing this. You must have the Kick banner on every clip. If you mess it up, there's no pay whatsoever. How are these influencers by Kick being chosen? I can't figure that out. I've gotten a lot of different people kind of like weighing in on that. Nearest I can tell, it's basically who you know at Kick. Now, they like technically offer this program via the Kick partner program, the KPP they call it. They offer it to any Kick partner, and I'm actually pretty confident that if you were a Kick partner, you could probably message somebody like some staff member and be like, hey, I want to be in on this, and you could probably do it. And I think to some degree they would feature you. But like, what determines that like these people get like featured over like these people? I think it's arbitrary. And also just that some of these people have like Clavicular like also just did really well when it comes to like the way that he gets viewership. It just worked. Like it actually helped him go viral, and a lot of the stuff that he did like went viral on its own once it got featured everywhere. So I think there's a lot of that kind of stuff going on with the Kick stuff. And it's a little bit iffy. So Kick is quite literally spending millions of dollars, like actually millions of dollars per month, to promote broadcasters, and then they're also paying them on the back end through the partner program as well. And simultaneously, they're doing this as a marketing strategy to bring people to Kick. So this is a different approach. From like to understand this, we've got to kind of go back in time a little bit, and we have to understand how Twitch, the main live streaming website that has most of the viewers right now, well, YouTube now has all those viewers, but it used to have a lot of the viewers. Their marketing strategy in 2015-ish, like 2012, this started. We'll talk about like the Twitch marketing strategy. Their marketing strategy was to pay streamers individually to stream on the platform, and they got bonuses based on how many viewers they had and like how many hours they streamed. And like the Twitch way of doing this was to offer contracts to streamers for flat rates plus like minimum guarantees and bonuses, with the idea of keeping them on the platform. This was an exclusive thing. Kick actually doesn't care about if you're like exclusive most of the time or not, except for their like very top people. So the marketing strategy that Twitch used to use was to pay before they ran out of money, and like Amazon basically cut their budget. I mean, they're a ghost ship now, right? But before they basically cut their budget, this was how Twitch operated. So Kick has looked at this, and Kick has said, you know what? we want to go a different route. And they're using a playbook that they used at Stake. Stake is the kind of partner company to Kick. I know they don't like that they don't like that association, but I mean, like, literally when I was on the podcast with the owner of to me, it's like, if your executives are cross-sectional decision makers on each like, if you have an executive, you have a CMO, and the CMO makes decisions for both Stake and both Kick, like, they're associated companies. That's it, right? Like, and when I talked to Eddie, the owner of Kick, who was very charitable to me, honestly, on the podcast, he was very transparent about that. So look, to me, it's like it's an associated company. Stake had the playbook. You might have seen this, even if you're a pretty savvy social media person. You might remember when you were seeing like Stake logos all over the place across like all social media. That's just this playbook, right? Like, this is people getting paid to post Stake logos everywhere. They took that playbook and they optimized it and they put it out there for Kick. And this has a dual like a dual purpose of, like, one, it blows the streamers up, so it markets them, and number two, it obviously brings people to the website, because 2.2 billion people are seeing the Kick logo, and some of them, like some very small percentage, are going to go to Kick and check it out. And this is going to boost their live viewership as well. So like on YouTube Shorts and like TikToks and Reels and stuff, the conversions are bad, like percentage wise. Like you might, it's like 0.00001%. But it doesn't matter if you have 2 billion views, and like the aggregated views of all these people are way more. You're going to have some people come to your website. Now, look, I'm a marketer, okay? I'm a brand agency owner. This is smart marketing. Like from their perspective, like, whatever you might think about the ethics of it, and you're well within your rights to think about the ethics and the morals of this. But like, that's like, I'm here to just present the information. I gotta say though, like from a perspective of like what Twitch did, which is like, okay, we've got to grow our website somehow. Like, we could pay streamers millions of dollars to stay on the platform, and then we are making those streamers responsible for their own growth. So all the OGs that got the contracts and got paid on Twitch, they all had to solve the growth problem themselves. Like, bringing viewers to the website was up to them. But Kick is saying, no, we are actually going to do this for you, and we're going to bring people to the website, and this is where our marketing budget is going to go. So they're spending tens of millions of dollars, because this is understanding that this is a ecosystem that feeds them. That's why this exists. Okay, Kick would not be paying this kind of money if they didn't want to actually build the platform. So, like, from the perspective of a pure marketing perspective, this is a superior marketing strategy than what Twitch did. It just is. Like, they're taking the growth into their own hands. They're getting views on they're getting way more views. Like, when Twitch paid people to put money in, to give money to streamers, they were still benefiting the content creator economy, and people made a lot of money off of it. There were people like Shroud and made millions of dollars off that kind of stuff. A lot of people that got paid contracts, all those top streamers, Pokimane, all those people, like they did really well back when they were paying contracts. But Twitch was basically paying them to and then saying, you're responsible for your own growth, and like, we hope that works out. Meanwhile, Kick says, no, we're going to blast ourselves everywhere, and then we're also going to boost these streamers as a side effect. So, like, from a pure marketing perspective, like, dude, like, you got to look at the hustle. Across billions and billions of views, it's actually a lot of impressions. So I think, though, that what we need to talk about next is kind of the darker side of it. We need to go over, like, why exactly this works, and like what this is doing to the algorithm, what this might mean for like the future of content, and I think like how this is tricking algorithms, and like I think we need to like go into like a little bit of the darker side, that kind of stuff being said. So before we do that, that's right, we've got the secret call out 2440. Please post in the comments down below that you're still here for a deep analysis Devin Nash video. 2440 is the secret call. I got two things for you guys. Number one, just thank you very much for supporting this. I don't really do this stuff because I'm mostly on the business side, so I don't have anything to like really sell you. But if you did want to support me, oh my gosh, it would be such an honor. You could go check out my Patreon page. My Patreon page is $5. $5. Where'd it go? We're gonna open a new one. It disappeared. It's shy today. But my Patreon page is $5, and I post a literally ridiculous amount of videos here. So you can see here how to build an unbeatable workday step by step is the last video. I have quite literally hundreds of videos here that are not on YouTube. They're nowhere else. If you're interested in self-improvement, if you're interested in how I run businesses, you can see here. I got work days. I got productivity guides. I've got overcoming buying resistance and making better sales. Everything I've ever learned in the business world is here. So, it's just video after video after video, and I have a couple of tiers. I've got the $5 one, and that's just all the videos you get. And then there's a higher tier if you want to join it, which you can actually talk with me live every Saturday, and we go over like what you're doing in your business, and it's like direct coaching, and it's really cool. So check it out, please. That would mean a lot to me if you wanted to support the Patreon. Other than that, I do some consulting. There's a link down below. It's closed right now, so probably not relevant, but I do it. So that's it. The Secret Call at 2440. Thank you guys for supporting this. And let's get on to why this abuses the algorithm and why this works. Section 5, which I think is kind of the most interesting section. I think this is like, this is kind of the meat of it. So let's kind of talk about the like first principles logic of like how platforms think about things. And to understand that this used to be different. Like it used to be that kind of Instagram had their own way of doing this. Facebook had their own way of doing this. And then YouTube kind of just broke the mold. And YouTube was like, oh, we just like straight up figured it out. And then like pretty much everybody copied them. Then TikTok came along and said, okay, we're going to use that system, but we're going to figure it out for short form. So we're going to take 7 to 60 second videos instead of your 8 to 15 minute videos. And we're going to make these into, we're going to make these popular. And the whole idea of an algorithm is it's simply to orient an audience towards videos that they want to see. So one of the major signals for doing that is, and just deciding that content is important in general, is like the number of people they're talking about. So think about like, if a news topic, like let's say something like a big presidential thing happens, or there's like big news in the world, a big volcano erupts or something. A wizard comes along and erupts a volcano through sheer willpower and intent alone. How do we like hear about that? And like, how does an algorithm know that that's important? Well, a big part of it is just volume. Like a bunch of people saw the volcano blow up, and a bunch of people that didn't see the volcano blow up want to talk about the volcano blowing up. And a bunch of analysts who are volcano specialists want to come in and talk about the optics of the volcano blowing up. So what happens? Well, there's a lot of volume, right? There's a lot of like, suddenly there's just like a bunch of clips, and there's a bunch of information. There's a bunch of different people talking about that form of content. And now the algorithm goes, oh, that's important. So we need to feature that. So the algorithm says, everybody wants to talk about the volcano. I'm going to push the volcano. So imagine what kind of signal it sends when you have 550,000 clips in a month, in 30 days. Talking about this guy. The algorithm just goes, this is the most important person in the world. This guy wants everybody to talk about him. So if you've like had that experience of like, you just like open anywhere and you're like, it's like clavicular. You're like, what is LooksMax? I don't even care about this guy. I never even Googled anything like this. What is happening? It's because the algorithm is actually getting tricked. Like I promised you, this is not a bait video. Like this is actually a game system. They are uploading so many clips, and the volume is so much that it's just telling the algorithm, hey, you should talk about this person nonstop. He's blowing up. This is the most important thing in the world. So what is so crazy about this, and this is the nuttiest thing about this video, like it's just not an exaggeration that content creation isn't about being interesting or engaging anymore. Like the previous type of content creation where you had to like have like a personality, and like I'm not saying that like some of these creators don't have these personalities. It's subjective, right? Like what is good content and what isn't is like a very subjective thing. But I will tell you, like I guess subjectively, in my opinion, that a lot of the people on this list are boring as hell, and you might agree with that, or they're just outright just like not like kind of like skeezy type of people, right? Like some of them are great, but like some of them are legitimately just boring as hell. Doesn't matter. You have 70,000 clips. You go anywhere you want. It's just not going to make a difference what your content is, and that kind of fundamentally undermines like the whole purpose of like what content creation was. Kind of is like content creation was kind of a voting system. It was kind of like, oh, like we think this guy like Mark Rober is interesting, so we're gonna like watch his video, and then that video, and then everyone's like, yay, that video is gonna do well, and then Mark Rober's like, wow, I got rewarded for that, I'll make more videos, and like so the cycle goes. But now the algorithm will just pick up anybody, no matter how uninteresting or how boring, at this volume, and it's just going to push it no matter what, because it's taught that the sheer volume of posts about the same thing equals that's important. So this is what like this is where we get into kind of the dark side of the issue. Wait, you are not even choosing the content that you watch anymore. The algorithm by volume and these paid clipping campaigns are quite literally choosing it for you. It doesn't matter how you participate. It doesn't matter if you click not interested or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like you can't not interested yourself out of 2 billion views of Clavicular. He's coming. He's coming. And it was some Kick executive that decided that for you, right?
What do you guys think about this video?
Like it's not the fact that he organically blew up by the vote of the crowd, by engagement, by likes, by and that's that sort of thing. There's an aspect of that, right? Like there's a part of that that's true, but he kind of blew up because somebody decided or somebody gave a lot of money to somebody and said, hey, we're gonna pay for 69,000 views and 2,000 people full time to just literally spam social media with all this stuff. And that's also why what that also does is that drives down the quality of the clips as well, because if there have already been 51,775 clips submitted and then you watch the 51,776th one, it doesn't have to be interesting content. Like your lived experience is you just watch a bad clip, but because the algorithm had 50,000 videos before it, it was just like, no, he's gonna like this, and you're like, I don't really like this, and it's like you do like it, you have to like it. 50,000 people, other videos said that it's there. You better like it right now. Here's another one. You don't like that one? Take this one. God. And now you're just like, like leave me alone. Like, right? Like, so we are no longer in social media. Nothing you do is social media. Social media is like, you go on Discord and say hello to your friend. Discord is the most social media we have now. Like, there's like, when's the last time you went on Twitter and you talked to your friend? It never happens, right? Like, you're talking to the people that, and you're consuming the topics that the algorithm says that you should consume. The content that you watch isn't even stuff that you choose anymore. The interests that you have are no longer social. It's not like keeping up with your college buddies. It's algorithm media. It's interest media. I would say is a better word for social media now. Like, I don't think social media is even the proper word for it anymore. It's kind of a different thing. So like, you're not even choosing the content you watch anymore, man. It's crazy. So what do we do about it? Right? Like, last section. I mean, like, what to do if there is anything to be done, but just a couple of like observations and commentary from, you know, your friend, the marketer, Devin Nash. Well, we are now in a, so I read this, like, it just so happened. I made this post on X. It was about this before I made this video, and like the post on X as twitter.com/Devin Nash. I post like really long form analysis on stuff there. And like literally the same day, this guy came out with, like, I'm not saying he just like wrote this himself. I think it was just a total coincidence that he came out at the same time. Never heard of this dude. Doesn't even follow me, I guess. But he put this thing out there called the Clipping Economy, and it basically concludes the same thing that I'm telling you right now, which is like, man, clips are taking over like a lot of the attention economy. There's some very weird stuff in this article. I mean, like, basically what he's saying is we've now moved from like a content economy to like the way that it was before to like now everything's just clips. And there's some stuff in here that's like a little bit questionable, like this graph, for example, where you see here it says average live viewership versus clip viewership. So you can take a person like Hassan Piker, who averages about 33,000 viewers live, and then it says like in the same amount of time for April, he's already gotten 700,000 views on his content, his long and short form content. This is disingenuous. The person that wrote this article, well, I think they should keep doing work because they write interesting things, and I just encourage everybody to write interesting things. They're probably not in this field in the same way. So this, for example, is not correct, right? This is a false equivalence because Hassan might have 33,000 viewers at one given time. So when you go on his stream, you see, oh, he has 33,000 viewers, but that represents a snapshot in time. There is, in fact, like a churn, and the churn is going quite quickly, so that the end of his stream will actually represent a unique viewership of much, much higher. number will be way closer to this number. Also, that 33,000 viewers is just counting like one stream. He streams every single day for tons of people. So in reality, his like total live streaming exposure, and that's most likely true for Clavicular as well. Why did he have to choose that name? It's so hard to say. The viewership is actually equal. So this is like not a very good representation of this this concept. You can't like really pay attention to this. This is kind of like a critical mistake with this article. But the foundation of it, which is like the clip economy is big and it's being gamed, that's good, and I think that's true. I think like a much better way to sort of interpret this is just to see this here, just to get an idea of like, okay, well, these are like all the views that just Kick is doing that show how much of like your social media experience, your interest media experience is being dictated by this. So I do agree that we're in a clipping economy. And in my post on X, I ended up saying at the end, like my conclusion here was straight up like wherever you stand on it, streaming, live streaming, and kind of content creation in general is just a much more gamed ecosystem now, and it will remain so. There is no way to really police this behavior because it hijacks the algorithm. Like we talked about how the algorithm kind of perceives like importance. I guess you could have like individual employees at these companies like ban the individual people, but it'd be like very weird and like very hard to do. So there's so like live streaming, like streaming as relates to Kick, and it's just kind of a gamed ecosystem. Like there will be very few broadcasters that come up in the next few years that aren't utilizing this strategy. Now, notably, there are broadcasters that are coming up not utilizing it. I think the biggest example of the one is the video that I did before this, which was an analysis on the Burnt Peanut. And the Burnt Peanut is a person who is, to my knowledge, not using that clipping service yet. He's doing a couple other tricks. Not like, for example, he has a 24/7 stream online, so he hosts the 24/7 stream when he goes offline. The 24/7 stream then hosts him when he goes online. So that is kind of that's set up by his agency. They're real smart guys, and a lot of the top streamers do that now to not churn viewers, so that the AFK viewers like sit at the bottom of that stream, and then they kind of continuously rehost themselves. So you might have an AFK viewer for like 4 days that still counts as a viewer, right? Because he just left his computer on or something, or left his TV on. So there's a little bit of that. But like Burnt Peanut's not gaming that system, and he's like the biggest streamer on Twitch right now. So it's like there are people that can still come up by not utilizing this, but it's like it's like climbing up a mountain of ice without the little ice picks. Like sure, there's like some guy that might be able to like dig his hands in and just like right, but like overall, like you're gonna have to utilize this system to be competitive, which kind of sucks. I think. I mean that's kind of iffy.
It's just like a very cool way to prototype extremely quickly. If I go here in Figma, I just have this design here that I pulled together. I can just take the link, I can copy a link to selection, and then I can go into Codex and I can just paste the link. Use the Figma skill to implement the automations page in my app. It was like 90% of the way there.
I also think so. We're talking about like overall concepts. So we're now in the clipping economy. That was like number one. We are now in the clipping economy, and like for that, I agree. And I think it's going to stay that way for the foreseeable future. Now, somebody in my comments, you smart guy, you mentioned that it is possible that LLMs get advanced enough that they can kind of detect this behavior, and then as a result, they're kind of added into algorithms and they suppress it down. I don't know. It would be hard to differentiate between like an actual viral topic and one that's being farmed just by the way this works. But that's a cool concept. That's kind of a cool idea. Next thing I think in terms of this, like what to do about it, like section is, live viewership in general when it comes to streaming, like, just doesn't really matter. It's like the long form stuff is just more of a way to get content, to do clips these days. Most people follow everything through short form. So if you have heard of a broadcaster like Asmongold, like, you've probably seen like some kind of clip of him rather than like watch his live stream. I don't think this will change. I don't think that real brand power comes from like live viewership. And for that matter, I also think that brand power doesn't really come from short form either. So I think most of these people on this list are going to be people that we don't care about in 2 years. I like the difference is going to be the people that are creating authentic long form content. Like, whatever you think about Asmongold, and I'm not here to pass a value judgment on anyone. I just gotten out of that style of my life. I want to like champion everybody. I want to like be the like at the highest levels for anybody that's actually doing anything. Okay, for the most part. So from a pure marketing perspective, you look at a creator like Asmongold, and this dude is like consistently hitting 7 to 8 long form 20-minute videos every single day. Plus, he's part of the clipping system. Okay, so like in terms of brand authenticity, like, we're going to be hearing from Asmongold. He's right here, by the way. He's got the 66 clippers, 2,000 videos, and 70 million views, which I think a lot of those views are just his own views on his long form content. But yeah, like, I think we're going to be hearing from people like this who have set up like a long form strategy on their own media for a long period of time. And I think Asmongold, like, I mean, from a marketing standpoint, I think he's one of the most impressive people out there. Like he's really understands the system, or his team does. I think he's a smart guy though. And he knows like not only how to address different topics and communicate them, but he also knows how to create long form content. Like, you literally almost can't get through a single day of his content. Like here's a 2-hour one, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Like, you'd have to be watching this guy all day, every day to consume everything he posts out in a week. So in a day, excuse me. So this kind of thing is going to last. I think a lot of these sort of like short form videos like are just like going to sort of fizzle out. People are like, okay, like, I get it. Like, this guy's like kind of the talk of the town. And then you kind of get your 15 minutes and you peace out. It's kind of over. Okay. For most of these people, I don't think they're going to stick around. For the people that are doing authentic long form strategy and like they are really thinking through their marketing plan and their brand power, and they have like a unique message, more so, I think they'll be around. In terms of the ethics and morality of this, I think you've got two perspectives. The first one's going to be the one that I think most people have, which is this is astroturfing content creators and it's creating false ecosystems. I think that's a perfectly fine way of looking at it. Because it is very true that like a content creator that is interesting, by like the subjective definition that most people would look at them and think about it, like oh, that person is interesting, right? Will just get blown out by the massive trumpet that is 60,000 clips from a totally uninteresting person, or 10,000 or whatever the number is, whoever the influencer is, right? And that influencer, by virtue of the fact that they have a paid system behind them that is generating all this media, will just get propelled to the top of the algorithm in all the ways that we explained in this video. And astroturfing is a term that means like you're just kind of creating like a false campaign that's like not really real. And I think a lot of people will look at the ecosystem and say we are worse for this being the case. And I think they're perfectly within their rights to think that. And I try to stay out of the personal opinions, but I would lean more towards that direction than I would the next opinion, which is like, well, it's a new age marketing campaign to drive viewers, especially like for Kick to drive viewers to itself. And okay, I can see that from the perspective of a marketer. That again, like, this is a superior campaign to run, and like, were I at the top of a platform like Kick and making decisions like this, I would probably make the same decisions to market my platform out at the expense of, I guess, the entire content creator ecosystem. Who knows, you know? So, or maybe I wouldn't. But the point is, like, they're making them, and I understand it from that marketing perspective. Okay, but then here's a really interesting point, and this is from Nick Pullum. Props. One of the only other influencers that uses his full name. NMP. He's a live streamer on Twitch, and he posted something that I just like. I wanted to include in this video because I just didn't think about it. I was like, oh, this is actually huge. And so he posted this. I'm curious, with all of these clippers and them getting paid to do so, aren't these mini hashtag ads? So he's referring to the FTC guideline that says that if you've paid for somebody to do content, that needs to be an ad. Like, you need to disclose that that's an ad. So do they not need to disclose that they're being paid? And that's a federal requirement in the United States of America, but you've got to do it. You might see like those hashtag ads for any kind of like sponsorship stuff. I do. So my job outside of making these videos, and this is just fun, right? My job is to, I support brands. I work for brands, and I build them big influencer campaigns, and I pay influencers to talk about products or talk about services that these brands have, and we make the brands a lot of money. But we have to put hashtag ad on every single one of those videos that we do, because they're sponsored videos, and the FTC guidelines require us to communicate that. So Nick kind of brought up like something I didn't even think about, which is like, why aren't all of these paid clippers required to do that? And the answer is because like we're operating in like a gray hat area of marketing right now, where it's this is just not being considered. So this is kind of a big deal, right? Like if the eye of Sauron were to turn on this, and like you know what's interesting is like, I mean, like Trump just did an ad with the UFC, and the UFC is sponsored by steak. So like, at what point does the government like kind of be like, is this what are we doing here, right? And you know, at the point where somebody might like report this or something, like it could get interesting. So curious how it's different than, let's say, McDonald's paid me to tweet about their burgers. And I thought about this for a while, like when I told them thanks, like I'm gonna put this in the video, because honestly, like to me, I mean, like you would need somebody to legally sort this out, but to me that's exactly the same thing. Like you're paying for an ad for your stream, because you're quite literally paying a
Yeah, they're definitely for ads, basically.
Before Merit America, Amy was struggling financially as a single parent. She worked as a truck operator, and like 53 million other.
Hey guys, welcome to a brand new video to the channel. Welcome to a semi-AFK money making method with mining. So I've been trying to do a video based on breaking granite down for the longest time. It's
Greetings and welcome to the Saphira Center of Shamanism. Today, we are diving in to the deeper mechanics of chaos magic, explaining it through the lens of alchemical transformation. I'm going to be explaining in depth how chaos magic principles can be tapped into to undergo significant dissolution of falsehood and undergo
See what you guys think about.
deconditioning of the psyche in order to develop optimal elasticity and adaptability between masks.
Know what you guys think. Follow, like, subscribe.
Personas and roles. Chaos magic is a remarkably agile area of occultism because it was created specifically, or should I say conceptualized specifically, to maintain a practitioner's autonomy. It was developed at a time whereby predefined doctrines and complex ceremonial systems dominated the esoteric landscape. So chaos magic was essentially created as a form of rebellion to show you as the practitioner that you can attain any result that you want, depending on the belief that you have around your ability to tap into it and how. Ceremonial magic is typically much more rigid and involves specific protocols for opening space, closing space, having specific tools, whatever that may be. Chaos magic, on the other hand, is there to be adapted. You can adopt paradigms, make them your own, and if you believe it works, then it will work. Ultimately, it was built off of the concept that there is not a single truth to anything, that reality can be perceived through different paradigms, but none of those paradigms is an optimal truth. And from a self-development perspective, the purpose of chaos magic is learning how to adapt your personal narrative according to different paradigms at different phases of your journey. So you may adopt a specific paradigm at a certain point in your journey that may serve you, and then you may reach a point whereby that paradigm no longer serves you. This is immensely empowering purely because it gives you as the practitioner the flexibility to pick things up and put them down as and when you want to. There are some practitioners who have said that chaos magic is broken. There are some practitioners that say that chaos magic is too chaotic and it essentially stops a person from fully committing to a set paradigm. I completely disagree with that. Chaos magic is adaptable. That is what it is all about. It is about ultimately shifting your consciousness and awareness between the paradigms without losing your autonomy to one. So through the lens of chaos magic, everything is a narrative and everything has the potential to be a doctrine that can assist your evolution, but it can also cap your evolution. Religious paradigms can hold evolution for people who get involved in them, but the evolution that you undergo will only be within the remit of that paradigm, which means you are only autonomous to the point in which that paradigm allows you to be. So Christianity is a doctrine that can be adopted for your own evolution, but it can also cap your evolution. Islam can be adopted and it can also cap your evolution. The same with other areas of occultism. You have the left-hand path and the right-hand path, which are filled with all kinds of doctrines that you can get involved with and identify with. The left-hand path tends to be the path that is associated with paradigms of self-deification and adversarial embodiment. But it is, of course, a paradigm and one way of perceiving reality itself.
You, just you, building your app
No way.
on base.
Is often associated with more religious practices, or if it's not religious, it's largely associated with the conscious participation in a wider cosmic order. That, of course, is just a narrative that is being used to perceive reality itself. Now, many practitioners will not embody what chaos magic has to offer effectively because many practitioners are stuck in seeking borrowed identity. Borrowed identity is associated with the concept of not being in touch with your true power and belief in your own sense of self-value. So you unconsciously seek an identity to borrow from somebody else. We are all guilty of embodying the curse of borrowed identity. For example, in the New Age, you see a lot about shamanism and people wanting to become shamans, They want to embody shamanism so that they can be referred to as a shaman. And therefore, the borrowed identity of being the shaman then gets perpetuated throughout the community itself. The issue with that is that the person is choosing an identity to be and emanate, but in doing so is often losing autonomy to that identity. So anything through the lens of chaos magic can be used to excel your evolution and cap your evolution. I approach chaos magic from the perspective of initiating into literally anything that I see is able to bring me a form of evolution. So any mythological plane, whether it is said to exist or not, can be used to open a door to the psyche. Any archetypal intelligence can be used to open doors to the psyche. Now, there are many debates as to what are actual spirits and what are thought forms or egregores. I have the potentially unpopular opinion that most spirit intelligences that you see, demonic intelligences, angelic intelligences, whatever that may be, I hold the unpopular belief system that these intelligences are in themselves egregoric constructs. And what that basically means is that they've been conceptualized through many different lenses throughout history. In other words, a human being has come up with the name, and that has perpetuated throughout history. Many people have used those names, so it has become mythically dense as a concept. Does it mean that the spirit is any less powerful, and does it invalidate the spirit as its own autonomous consciousness? No, it absolutely does not. When we're seeing them as an egregoric concept, we are seeing them as something which has been conceptualized by a human being, and the fact that it has been conceptualized gives us the ability to tap into it. And any spirit intelligence is the same. I can tap into a dark matter intelligence and essentially give it a name and a form, and if I believe I am able to do that, then it will work without consecration. I have experimented with this numerous times before. I have created a name for a deity, and I have tapped into it, and it works. An energy comes into the body as it's used as a key to draw upon a much vaster intelligence. Through chaos magic, anything can be used for your evolution, and anything that you genuinely believe will work will work. It's as simple as that. But your true belief as to your ability to attain certain things and embody certain things can become lost within predefined narratives themselves. So many approach chaos magic from the perspective of practical magic. So they want to anchor change into dayside reality, into material reality, into their love life, or whatever that may be. But there is a bigger picture to that. There's a bigger picture to working with it in that way. It doesn't make it wrong. In chaos magic, there is no right and there is no wrong way to work with things. But there is shallowness and there is depth. And the true depth of chaos magic, I feel, will not be tapped into by many practitioners at all, because a lot of practitioners are more comfortable within borrowed doctrines and borrowed narratives. Even practitioners of chaos magic that utilize the same techniques that were in renowned chaos magic texts such as Liber Null, many practitioners still adopt the same ways of working, the same ways of creating a chaos magic sigil. And this creates, in a sense, a sort of internet hyped up version of chaos magic that does not encourage the depth of what it has to offer. So if I have a belief around wanting to cultivate wealth, my conscious mind could believe that I can have that. But I may have various aspects of my psyche that may not believe in any way whatsoever that I can tap into that wealth. At which point, any form of magic or attempt to manipulate reality is only going to go so far until the deeper belief is freed from the narrative that it has been conceptualized into. Okay, our beliefs become crystallized into set narratives that come from past trauma. The deeper layers of chaos magic are associated with utilizing mythic resonance, and egregoric creation in order to tap into deeper reservoirs of your unconscious mind. Learning how to decondition yourself beyond the narratives that you have learned to identify with. Now, you can adopt paradigms specifically to do that, and then you can put those paradigms down when you have done that. So somebody who is a practitioner of chaos magic can very easily approach Qliphothic initiation and use that as a tool to tap into deeper reservoirs of energy, insight, and needs within them. Just the same as somebody who practices chaos magic can adopt an Enochian magic paradigm, but just strip away all of the noise and only adopt what it is that they actually resonate with and what actually works for them. Now, many ceremonial practitioners or practitioners who are bound to set doctrines are going to see chaos magic as immensely blasphemous. Okay, as I said, there are many practitioners who see chaos magic as a broken system. The only reason people see it as broken is either because they are overly attached to dogma, they borrow identities from other areas of spirituality, or they are only seeking things that have historical value. They are only seeking things, ways of working that are backed up by history. The point is that history is supposed to be adapted. Everything is supposed to be adapted. Everything is supposed to be adapted. Everything is supposed to be worked with in a different way, in accordance with where the collective consciousness is at that time. So any magical practice or spiritual belief system can be adopted by the practitioner of chaos magic, worked within that way, and then discarded when it has run its course or when it has actually fulfilled its purpose within that practitioner's life. But of course, there are going to be deeper layers to the system. There are going to be deeper layers to what you can engage with. Basic chaos magic is, how do I create a sigil? How do I create a servitor? How do I do this? How do I do that? How do I create this? Deeper chaos magic is going to be associated with asking the question why you want that in the first place and what narrative you are holding onto that may be either stopping you from embodying that or ultimately understanding the narratives that have fueled that desire in the first place. Because often we can have desires to anchor a practical level change, but these desires can come from a place of unprocessed pain. So the deeper areas of chaos magic are about learning how to conceptualize your own systems to access deeper portions of your own mind. For example, I could create a lineage of beings and give these beings set names. A little bit like the Goetia. I could conceptualize princes, I could conceptualize presidents, and work up that way however it wants to go, and set specific names and lineages to these beings. Easy enough. Does it mean that it is any less valid than anything that appears throughout history? Absolutely not. It means that my belief in the existence of this concept is what gives it life. And if that can be used to tap into deeper reservoirs of consciousness within me, why does that mean that it is not valid? Just because it differs from core practitioners' belief systems, just because it differs from John Dee and Edward Kelly, Aleister Crowley, Kenneth Grant, Eliphas Levi, just because it differs from their way of seeing things, why does that mean that it is any less valid? So there is an immense level of liberation that can come from simply approaching things through the lens of chaos magic, which means that any archetype can be tapped into with formal intelligence. For example, I watched Stranger Things and became interested in the archetype of the Mind Flayer. So then I looked into Dungeons and Dragons and looked into Illithid, the specific name for the Mind Flayers. And then I created a chant to invoke Illithid, the Mind Flayer, and it worked. It worked. I tapped into that consciousness. And you can argue, am I tapping into a real spirit intelligence, or am I creating a thought form that I'm using to access a portion of my psyche? You could approach...
Some of these things I'm watching are wild as fuck. Dude, I cannot believe that. Wow.
a mythic realm, say Helheim. Approach Helheim, look at what Helheim represents: death energy, land of the dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, Twice Yearly PrEP is here. One office visit every 6 months, 2 times a year for HIV prevention. That's 1-2 PrEP. That's Yeztugo. Yeztugo is an injectable prescription medicine that helps to protect against HIV through sex. One office visit every 6 months. One during your summer sun, and one during your winter fun. One during your summer glow, and one during your winter glam. You must be HIV negative to receive Yeztugo and get tested for HIV before each injection. If you think you were exposed to HIV or have flu-like symptoms, tell your healthcare provider right away. HIV testing may be needed. Yeztugo does not prevent other sexually transmitted infections. Practice safer sex and get Yeztugo as scheduled. Missing doses increases your chance of getting HIV. Tell your provider about your...
Fuck the ads. I might have to.
Place for lost souls, whatever that may be for you.
We'll watch this video.
Have you ever looked at someone and felt that quiet panic rising in your chest, wondering if they're the one? Or worse, have you spent months, maybe years with someone, and deep down you knew something was off, but you couldn't bring yourself to face it? Here's what most people won't tell you. That feeling, that uncertainty, that reflecting your own strength back to you. But to recognize that person when they arrive, you first have to understand something crucial about yourself. You have to recognize the patterns you've been living, the ways you've been choosing connection, the reasons behind your choices. Because here's what nobody wants to hear: the right person can't appear in your life until you're ready to receive them. And being ready doesn't mean being perfect. It means being aware, conscious, willing to look at your own shadows instead of projecting them onto everyone you meet. This is where the real work begins, not out there in the world of dating apps and chance encounters, but in here, in the quiet spaces of your own heart, where you've been avoiding the most important question of all. Not, is this person right for me, but am I right for myself? let's talk about something most people spend their entire lives avoiding. The real reason your relationships keep following the same script, even when you swear you're choosing differently this time. Every relationship you've ever had is trying to tell you something about yourself. Not about the other person, about you. This is the foundation of everything Jung taught about human psychology. We don't just experience the world objectively. We experience it through the filter of our unconscious mind, and that unconscious is constantly projecting its contents onto the people around us. What does that actually mean in everyday language? It means that when you look at someone and see them as cold, unavailable, or emotionally distant, you might actually be seeing a part of yourself that you've learned to suppress. When you're drawn to someone chaotic and unpredictable, you might be seeking the parts of yourself you've had to keep controlled and hidden. This isn't mystical theory. It's the mechanism behind every pattern that keeps repeating in your life. Have you ever noticed how you seem to attract the same type of person over and over? Different faces, different names, but the same underlying dynamic. That's not bad luck. That's your unconscious trying desperately to resolve something it couldn't figure out the first time. Maybe you keep finding yourself with people who take you for granted. People who seem wonderful at first, but slowly start treating you like an afterthought. People who make you feel like you're too much and not enough at the same time. It's infuriating. It's painful. But if you can step back from the emotion for just a moment and look at it honestly, you might ask yourself, is it them or is it me who doesn't value myself enough? And this is where most people shut down. Because it's so much easier to blame the other person than to look in the mirror and ask what part of you allowed this dynamic to continue. What part of you stayed when every instinct was screaming to leave? What part of you believed you didn't deserve better? The truth about personal development is that it's not comfortable. Real growth requires you to face the parts of yourself you've been running from. The beliefs you inherited about what you're worth. The patterns you learned about how love is supposed to feel. The ways you've been betraying yourself while blaming others for not seeing your value. Jung talked about making the unconscious conscious. Because until you do, it will run your life from the shadows, making the same choices, seeking the same situations, creating the same outcomes, and you'll keep calling it fate. But it's not fate. It's just patterns. And patterns can be changed. Think about your last significant relationship. Not the surface story of what went wrong, but the deeper emotional dynamic. Did you feel safe expressing your needs, or did you learn to swallow them to keep the peace? Did you feel genuinely seen, or were you constantly performing to earn love? Did conflict feel like a conversation or like a threat to the entire relationship? Now go back further, to the relationship before that one, and the one before that. Do you see the thread? That thread is your unconscious blueprint for love. It was written early, probably before you had the awareness to question it. And now it's running in the background of every connection you form, drawing you toward people who confirm what you already believe about yourself, about love, about what you're allowed to have. This is why wrong relationships persist, even when we logically know they're wrong. Because they feel right on an unconscious level. They activate the same neural pathways that were carved out in childhood. They trigger the same emotional responses we learn to associate with intimacy. If you grew up having to earn affection, you'll be drawn to people who withhold it. If you learned that love meant sacrifice, you'll choose people who demand everything and give little in return. If you internalize the message that you were too much or not enough, you'll find partners who confirm that belief at every turn. And the cruelest part, you'll call this love. Because it feels familiar. Because it matches the template you carry inside. But here's the awakening. Familiarity is not love. Intensity is not depth. And just because something feels powerful doesn't mean it's good for you. When someone is meant for you, when they're truly aligned with your highest good, the feeling is different. It's not the anxious obsession of wondering if they'll text back. It's not the constant vigilance of monitoring their mood to know if you're safe. It's not walking on eggshells hoping you don't trigger their anger or withdrawal. It's peace. Genuine, quiet, steady peace. The right person doesn't trigger your abandonment wounds every other day. They don't make you question your reality or doubt your perception. They don't create chaos and then love bomb you into staying. They simply show up consistently, treating you with the kind of respect and care you've been giving away to people who never deserved it. But you can't recognize that kind of love if you've never given it to yourself first. Before we go deeper, I want you to pause for a moment. Think about the patterns we've just discussed. What's coming up for you right now? Drop a comment below, sharing one pattern you're ready to break. Your honesty might be exactly what someone else needs to hear today. This brings us to the most important relationship you'll ever have, the one that determines the quality of every other connection in your life. Your relationship with yourself. Jung taught that the journey toward wholeness, what he called individuation, is the process of becoming who you truly are, beneath all the masks and expectations. It's about integrating the parts of yourself you've rejected, owning the shadows you've denied, and standing fully in your authentic truth. And here's what happens when you commit to that journey. You stop attracting people who need you to be small. You stop choosing relationships that require you to abandon yourself. You start recognizing almost instinctively when someone's energy doesn't match yours. Because once you know what it feels like to be at peace with yourself, you can't unsee the chaos in connections that ask you to betray that peace. This is what it means to be ready for the right person. Not perfect, not without wounds or struggles, but aware, conscious of your patterns, willing to choose differently even when the familiar calls out to you with its seductive promises. The people who are meant for you can only find you when you're vibrating at the frequency of your truth. And that frequency isn't something you fake or force. It's something you earn through the hard, beautiful work of coming home to yourself. So the question isn't really about whether someone else is right for you. The question is, are you right for yourself? Have you done the work to know who you are beneath the conditioning? Have you learned to sit with your own presence without needing someone else to validate your existence? Because when you have, everything changes. The desperation falls away. The need to prove yourself dissolves. The fear of being alone transforms into the sacred experience of being whole. And that's when the right people start appearing. Not because you manifested them with vision boards, but because you're finally ready to recognize them. Now we need to go deeper, into the hidden architecture of attraction, into the unconscious forces that have been shaping your relationships since before you could even name what you were feeling. There's a concept in Jung's work that explains more about your relationship patterns than almost anything else. He called it the anima and animus, the inner feminine in men and the inner masculine in women. But it's so much more than that simplistic definition. Think of it this way: inside each of us lives an image, a template of the idealized other. It was formed through every interaction you had with the opposite energy growing up. Your parents, your early relationships, the stories you absorbed about what love should look like. All of it merged into this unconscious blueprint that now guides who you're attracted to and why. This is why certain people captivate you instantly, while others, equally attractive and kind, leave you completely unmoved. It's not random chemistry. It's your inner template recognizing something it knows, something it's been searching for. But here's the problem: the template was formed when you were young, before you had the wisdom to question what you were learning. If your early experiences of love were painful, confusing, or conditional, that template carries those wounds. And now as an adult, you're unconsciously drawn to people who activate those same wounds. This is the hidden mechanism behind why we fall for the wrong people. They're not wrong in the universal sense. They're wrong for our growth, for our healing, for our peace. But they feel right because they match the template we carry inside. A woman who grew up with an emotionally distant father might find herself drawn to men who withhold affection, not because she enjoys the pain, but because her animus, her inner masculine template, was shaped by that distance. It feels like love because it feels like home, even when home was never truly safe. A man who experienced conditional love from his mother might seek women who make him constantly prove his worth. His anima, his inner feminine template, learned that love must be earned through performance. So he recreates that dynamic over and over, exhausting himself in relationships that never quite satisfy. The tragedy is that we often mistake this repetition for bad luck or poor judgment, when really it's the unconscious trying to heal an old wound by recreating the original injury. It's like your psyche believes that if you can just get this person to love you differently than your parent did, you'll finally fix what was broken all those years ago. But it doesn't work that way. The wound doesn't heal through repetition. It heals through recognition and conscious choice. This is why some people find themselves drawn to partners who are unavailable, critical, or emotionally withholding. It's not masochism. It's an unconscious attempt to rewrite history, to finally get the love that was withheld in childhood, to prove that you're worthy of the affection that was made conditional. But you can't heal a childhood wound through an adult relationship. You can only recognize the pattern and choose differently. This isn't conscious. Nobody wakes up thinking, today I'll choose someone who triggers all my childhood wounds. But the unconscious doesn't care about your conscious goals. It cares about resolution. It wants to finish the story that started decades ago. And it will keep bringing you the same characters in different bodies until you finally understand the lesson. So what's the lesson? The lesson is that you can't heal old wounds through new people. You can't fix your relationship with your father by finding a man who finally shows up. You can't resolve your mother's emotional unavailability by finding a woman who chooses you unconditionally. All you can do is recognize the pattern, understand where it came from, and choose differently despite what feels familiar. This is the deepest work of knowing when someone is meant for you. It requires you to distinguish between what feels comfortable and what actually serves your growth. Let me paint you a picture. Two people walk into your life around the same time. One of them is exciting, unpredictable, makes you feel alive in ways you haven't felt in years. The other is steady present, maybe not as thrilling, but genuinely kind and consistent. Your unconscious template will pull you toward the exciting one every single time, because excitement equals love in the template you carry. But excitement often masks chaos. It's the adrenaline rush of uncertainty, of wondering if they'll stay or leave, of riding the highs and lows like an emotional roller coaster. Meanwhile, the steady person might feel boring because your template learned that love is supposed to hurt a little, supposed to keep you on edge, supposed to require constant effort and vigilance. Peace doesn't register as love when your blueprint was written in chaos. This is why so many people say they want a healthy relationship, but then choose the dramatic one every time. They're not lying about what they want. Their conscious mind genuinely desires peace, but their unconscious is running a different program entirely. And the unconscious always wins until you make it conscious. Jung said that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. This is that principle in action. You think you're cursed to always choose wrong. You think there's something fundamentally broken in you. But you're not broken. You're just operating from a template that no longer serves you. And templates can be rewritten. The process starts with awareness, with recognizing the pattern, with asking yourself hard questions about why you're attracted to who you're attracted to. What does this person represent to you? What old story are you trying to resolve through them? What would it mean to choose differently? These aren't comfortable questions. They require you to sit with parts of yourself you'd rather ignore. The parts that are still waiting for your father to see you. The parts that are still trying to earn your mother's approval. The parts that believe you're only lovable when you're useful. But this discomfort is where transformation lives. This is where you stop being a victim of your unconscious patterns, start becoming the author of your own story. There's another force at play here that Jung understood deeply: the voice that doesn't require logic to know truth. Your intuition. Your rational mind is brilliant at justifying things. It can convince you that the person who keeps disappointing you just needs more time. It can explain away red flags, rationalize toxic behavior, and build elaborate stories about why this time will be different. But your intuition doesn't lie. It's that feeling in your gut that something's off, even when everything looks perfect on paper. It's that subtle sense of unease that you try to ignore because you so desperately want this to work. It's the voice that whispers, "This isn't right," while your mind shouts, "But they're exactly what I've been looking for." When someone is truly meant for you, your intuition doesn't sound alarm bells. There's no underlying anxiety masquerading as excitement. There's no voice in the back of your mind warning you to protect yourself. There's just clarity, a deep, quiet knowing that needs no explanation. But you have to be willing to listen to that voice. And for most people, that's the hardest part, because listening to your intuition often means walking away from what you want to believe, from the story you've invested in, from the person you've been trying to make fit. This is where courage comes in. Not the courage to stay and fight for something that's hurting you, but the courage to honor what you know to be true, even when it breaks your heart to admit it. Let me tell you what happens when you ignore your intuition. You end up 6 months, a year, 5 years down the road, looking back and realizing you knew from the beginning. You knew in month 2 when they showed you who they were. You knew when the pattern started repeating. You knew when your body started holding tension every time they walked in the room. But you overrode that knowing with hope, with potential, with the belief that your love could change them, heal them, make them ready for what you were offering. And now you're exhausted, depleted, wondering how you ended up here again. The answer is you stopped listening to the voice that knew better all along. So here's what I want you to understand. Your intuition is not your enemy. It's not trying to keep you alone or sabotage your happiness. It's trying to protect you from repeating patterns that don't serve your growth. It's trying to guide you toward what's truly aligned with who you're becoming. When the right person appears, your intuition will confirm it, not with anxiety or doubt or that nagging sense that you're trying to convince yourself, but with peace, with recognition, with a quiet certainty that settles in your bones and needs no defense. The question is, are you willing to wait for that? Are you willing to sit in the uncertainty of not knowing when they'll arrive, instead of forcing connections that require you to silence your inner knowing, because that's the choice. You can keep choosing what feels familiar, what activates your template, what makes you feel needed or challenged or alive through chaos. Or you can choose to honor yourself enough to wait for what actually feels right. Not perfect, not without work or growth or challenge, but right, aligned, true. And the only way to do that is to first make peace with being alone, to stop seeing solitude as punishment and start recognizing it as the sacred space where you finally meet yourself. Jung taught that loneliness is not a void to be filled, but a teacher to be honored. It's in the quiet spaces when you're not distracted by someone else's needs or drama or potential that you finally hear your own voice. The real one, not the one that's been conditioned to please or perform or pretend. In that space, you begin to understand what you actually want, not what you think you should want. You begin to feel what peace really feels like in your body. You begin to recognize the difference between connection and codependency, between love and the desperate need to be chosen. And when you emerge from that space, you're different. You're no longer willing to accept breadcrumbs while pretending it's a feast. You're no longer confused about whether someone is right for you, because you've finally learned to trust the voice that's been trying to guide you all along. This is the depth work, the shadow work, the integration of all the parts you've been denying in hopes that someone else could make you whole. And it's not optional if you want to break the cycle. It's the only way through. So you've seen the patterns. You understand the unconscious forces at play. You've started listening to your intuition instead of overriding it with hope. Now comes the part that actually changes your life. The integration, the practice, the daily choice to honor what you know instead of abandoning yourself for the promise of connection. This isn't abstract philosophy anymore. This is concrete action. Let me walk you through what this actually looks like. First, you need to excavate your shadow. Not in a therapeutic office with a clipboard, though that helps, but in the quiet honesty of your own reflection. Jung's shadow work is simply the practice of bringing light to the parts of yourself you've been denying. Start here. What qualities do you most criticize in other people? Write them down. Now ask yourself, where do those qualities live in me? This isn't about beating yourself up. It's about recognizing that what we judge most harshly in others is often what we've rejected in ourselves. Do you hate neediness in people? Look at where you're needy but won't admit it. Do you despise dishonesty? Examine where you're lying to yourself. Do you criticize people for being cold? Notice where you've shut down your own heart to protect yourself from pain. This is projection in action. And when you start owning your projections, something incredible happens. Other people stop carrying the weight of your unexamined shadows. You start seeing them as they actually are, not as symbols of what you've repressed. Second, map your relationship patterns with brutal honesty. Get out a piece of paper. List your last 3 to 5 significant relationships, not just romantic ones. Deep friendships, mentors, anyone who occupied emotional real estate in your life. Now look for the common threads. What dynamics repeated? What emotions did you keep experiencing? Where did you compromise yourself? Where did you ignore red flags? What needs went consistently unmet? This isn't about blaming yourself or them. It's about pattern recognition. Because once you see the pattern clearly, it loses its unconscious power over you. You can't repeat what you're conscious of. Or rather, if you do repeat it, you're making a choice, not following an invisible script. Third, start practicing radical self-honoring. This sounds simple, but it's the hardest thing you'll ever do. It means choosing your truth over their approval. It means setting boundaries, even when it risks the connection. It means walking away from what looks good on paper but feels wrong in your body. Every time you honor yourself, you're rewriting the template. You're teaching your unconscious that your worth isn't negotiable, that love doesn't require you to betray yourself, that you can survive someone's disappointment without collapsing. And here's what radical self-honoring looks like in practice. It's saying no when everything in you wants to say yes just to keep the peace. It's speaking your truth even when your voice shakes. It's leaving the room when someone speaks to you with disrespect. It's refusing to explain yourself to people who are determined to misunderstand you. It's choosing your own company over bad company. It's protecting your energy like it's the most valuable resource you have, because it is. Each of these choices feels small in the moment, but they accumulate. They build a new foundation inside you. A foundation that says, I matter. My needs matter. My boundaries matter. And I will not abandon myself to make someone else comfortable. This is the work that changes everything. Not positive affirmations or vision boards, but actual concrete choices that align your actions with your values. Choices that prove to your unconscious that you mean what you say about loving yourself. This is where most people fail. Not because they don't understand the concepts, but because the fear of being alone is stronger than the commitment to being whole. So they compromise. They stay a little longer. They give one more chance. They convince themselves that this time the pattern will magically break without them having to do anything different. But patterns don't break through hoping. They break through choosing, consciously, repeatedly, even when it hurts. So what does it actually feel like when someone is aligned with you, when they're not just triggering your template, but actually meeting you in truth? Here are the markers. The unmistakable signs that something real is happening. First, peace over intensity. This is the biggest one. With the wrong people, there's constant drama masquerading as passion. Highs and lows, push and pull. The anxiety of not knowing where you stand. With the right person, there's a calm certainty. You're not obsessing. You're not checking your phone every 5 minutes, hoping they've texted. You're just present knowing they're present too. Second, freedom within connection. You don't feel like you're performing or hiding parts of yourself. You're not monitoring your words to avoid triggering them. You're not shrinking to make room for their ego or expanding beyond recognition to keep their interest. You're just you. You're just fully, messily, imperfectly you. And that's not only accepted, it's celebrated. Third, natural reciprocity. You're not keeping score because there's no need. Effort flows both ways, without resentment. Care is mutual. Nobody's dragging the relationship forward alone. Nobody's wondering if they're more invested. It just works because both people are showing up with the same intention. Fourth, growth without destruction. They challenge you, yes. But the challenge inspires you to expand, not to question your fundamental worth. They push you toward your potential without crushing your spirit. Conflict doesn't feel like a threat to the entire relationship. It feels like an opportunity to understand each other better. Fifth, synchronistic timing. They appear when you're ready, not when you're desperate. When you've done enough inner work to recognize them. When you're no longer seeking someone to complete you, but to share the journey with. The timing itself is a sign that this is different. And the ultimate test, do I feel more like myself or less like myself around them? This question cuts through all the noise, all the justifications and explanations and potential. Because if someone truly loves you, you become more of yourself in their presence, not less. You access parts of yourself you'd forgotten existed. You feel safe enough to be vulnerable. You trust enough to be honest. If you're constantly editing yourself, walking on eggshells, wondering if the real you would be too much or not enough, that's your answer. They're not aligned with your truth. They're aligned with the version of you that performs for love. But recognizing these markers only matters if you're willing to act on what you recognize. Which brings us to perhaps the most difficult part of this entire journey, letting go of what isn't aligned. This is where courage meets compassion. Courage to honor your truth. Compassion to release the story you've been clinging to. You have to be willing to walk away from potential. From the person they could be, if only they healed, grew changed. From the relationship you've been trying to force into existence through sheer willpower and hope. You have to be willing to grieve. Not just the person, but the future you imagined with them. The dreams you built. The version of yourself you became trying to make it work. All of it has to be mourned before you can move forward. this grief is not weakness. It's necessary. It's how you metabolize the experience and integrate the lessons without carrying the pain forward into the next connection. And here's something most people don't understand about grief. It's not linear. You don't wake up one day and suddenly feel better. Some days you'll feel strong, clear, certain you made the right choice. Other days you'll doubt everything, wondering if you gave up too soon, if you should have tried harder, if maybe you're the problem after all. These waves are normal. They're part of the integration process. Your psyche is reorganizing itself around a new reality, and that takes time. The key is not to interpret the difficult days as evidence that you made a mistake. They're simply evidence that you're human, that you care deeply, and that real change requires mourning what was before you can fully embrace what will be. Let yourself feel it all. The anger at time lost, the sadness for the future that won't happen, the relief mixed with guilt, the hope tangled with fear. All of it is valid. All of it is part of the process. And on the other side of this grief, you'll emerge stronger, clearer, more aligned with your truth than ever before. Jung understood that transformation requires death. Not physical death, but the death of who you used to be. The death of the patterns that no longer serve you. The death of the belief that you need to sacrifice yourself to be loved. And in that death, there's rebirth. A new version of you emerges. One who knows her worth. One who trusts his intuition. One who would rather be alone and whole than partnered and fragmented. This version of you doesn't settle. Not because of arrogance, but because you finally understood that settling isn't kindness. It's betrayal. Betrayal of yourself and betrayal of the other person who deserves someone, who genuinely wants them, not someone who's just afraid of being alone. When you choose yourself like this, something shifts in the universe. You stop attracting the same patterns because you're no longer the same person. Your energy changes. Your standards change. Your choices change. You start noticing things you used to overlook. Red flags you used to rationalize. Incompatibilities you used to minimize. And instead of seeing this as being picky or difficult, you recognize it as wisdom, as self-love in action. The right people start appearing, not because you're manifesting them, but because you're finally ready to see them. They were probably always there, but you were too busy trying to make the wrong ones work to notice. And when you meet someone who's truly aligned, you won't need to question it. You won't need to analyze or overthink or seek advice from everyone you know. You'll just know. In the quiet certainty of your bones. In the peace that settles over you instead of the anxiety you've mistaken for excitement. This knowing doesn't come from your head. It comes from a deeper place. The place that's been trying to guide you all along. The place that finally has permission to speak because you've stopped drowning it out with fear and desperation. This is what it means to be ready for true love. Not perfect love. Not love without challenges or growth edges. But real love. The kind that doesn't require you to betray yourself. The kind that invites you deeper into your truth instead of further from it. And if that person hasn't arrived yet, that's not a problem. It's an invitation. An invitation to keep deepening your relationship with yourself. To keep healing the wounds that have been driving your patterns. To keep choosing yourself even when the loneliness feels overwhelming. Because when they do arrive, and they will, you want to be ready to receive them, not as a savior or a solution to your emptiness, but as a companion on the journey. Someone who sees you and chooses you, not because you've convinced them you're worthy, but because your authentic presence speaks to something true in them. That's the love worth waiting for. That's the connection worth honoring yourself to receive. So here we are, at the end of one journey and the beginning of another. You've gone deep. You've faced the shadows. You've recognized the patterns. You've learned to listen to the voice that's been guiding you all along. And now I want to tell you what it actually feels like when the right person walks into your life. Not the Hollywood version, not the fairy tale, but the real lived experience of true recognition. It won't be fireworks. It won't be the breathless obsession that you've confused with love for so long. It will be something quieter, something deeper, something that feels less like falling and more like coming home. You'll look at them and something in you will just settle. There won't be the frantic energy of wondering if they feel the same way. There won't be the anxiety of trying to be perfect so they'll stay. There will just be this quiet knowing. This sense that you've met someone who sees you, really sees you, and isn't scared of what they find. The conversation will flow without effort, not because you agree on everything, but because there's space for both of you to be fully present. You won't feel like you're performing or auditioning. You'll just be yourself, and somehow that will be enough. They won't trigger your old wounds in that destructive way. They won't make you feel small or question your reality. They won't play games or withhold affection to keep you chasing. They'll just show up, consistently, honestly, with the same intention you've been carrying all along. And here's what will surprise you. It might feel strange at first. If you're used to chaos, peace can feel uncomfortable. If you're used to fighting for love, receiving it freely can feel disorienting. Your nervous system might actually need time to adjust to being safe. This is normal. This is the recalibration process. Your body learning a new rhythm. Your heart learning that love doesn't have to hurt to be real. You might even sabotage it at first. Test them to see if they'll leave. Create problems where none exist. Pull away when they get close. This is your old template trying to protect you, trying to confirm what it believes to be true about love. But if they're truly aligned with you, they'll hold space for your healing. They won't punish you for your past. They'll simply be patient while you learn to trust something new. And this patience, this consistency, this unwavering presence will slowly teach your nervous system that it's safe to land. Safe to stop running. Safe to finally rest in connection. But once you settle into it, once you allow yourself to trust this new experience, everything changes. You realize that all those years of struggling, all those relationships that didn't work, they weren't punishments. They were preparation. They were teaching you to recognize the real thing when it finally arrived. And here you are, changed, transformed, not into someone perfect, but into someone whole, someone who knows their worth without needing external validation, someone who trusts their intuition, someone who would rather be alone than settle for less than what they deserve. This is the new you, the one who emerged from the fire of transformation, the one who did the inner work while everyone else was busy blaming their exes and repeating the same patterns, the one who chose growth over comfort, truth over convenience, and self-love over the desperate need to be chosen. Look at how far you've come. From the person who couldn't tell the difference between intensity and love. From the one who ignored every red flag, hoping this time would be different. From the one who believed they weren't enough, or they were too much, or they needed to change to be worthy of love. You're not that person anymore. You've rewritten the template. You've integrated the shadows. You've made the unconscious conscious, and in doing so, you've reclaimed your power to choose. This transformation ripples out beyond romantic relationships. It affects everything. The friendships you maintain, the opportunities you attract, the way you move through the world. Because when you change your relationship with yourself, you change the frequency you're broadcasting, and different things start resonating with you. You notice that you're no longer drawn to drama, that the people who used to captivate you now seem exhausting, that you can spot manipulation and emotional unavailability from a mile away. And instead of trying to fix it, you simply walk away. You've become someone who honors their intuition over their hope. Someone who trusts the process instead of forcing outcomes. Someone who knows that the right things find you when you're ready, not when you're desperate. And if the right person hasn't arrived yet, you're not panicking. You're not settling. You're not lowering your standards or convincing yourself that maybe you're asking for too much. You're simply continuing to deepen your relationship with yourself, knowing that every day you spend in your own presence is preparing you for the connection you truly deserve. This is the paradox Jung understood so well. You can't find what you're looking for outside until you've found it inside. You can't recognize true love in another until you've cultivated it within yourself. You can't attract wholeness while you're still operating from a place of lack. So if you're reading this and wondering when your person will arrive, I want you to shift the question. Instead of, when will they come? Ask, am I ready to receive them? Have you done the work to understand your patterns? Have you healed the wounds that were driving your choices? Have you learned to sit with yourself without needing distraction or validation? Have you become the person who would naturally attract the love you're seeking? And here's the truth that nobody wants to hear. Readiness isn't a destination. It's not like you'll wake up one day and suddenly be completely healed, all wounds resolved, all patterns broken. Readiness is more like a threshold. It's the point where you've done enough inner work that you can recognize healthy love when it appears. Where you've learned enough about yourself that you won't sabotage what's good because it doesn't match your old template. Where you trust yourself enough to honor your intuition over your fear. You'll know you're ready when being alone no longer terrifies you. When you can sit in your own company without reaching for distractions. When you genuinely enjoy your own presence. When you've built a life that fulfills you, and a partner would be an addition to that fullness, not a solution to your emptiness. Because when you have, you won't need to search. You won't need to force. You won't need to convince or chase or prove. You'll simply be living your life aligned with your truth, and the right person will recognize that alignment in you because they're aligned with their own truth too. That's what synchronicity really means. Not that the universe will magically deliver your soulmate, but that when you're ready, when you're truly ready, life will bring you what you need. Not always what you want, but what you need for your continued growth and evolution. And sometimes, what you need is more time alone, more time to integrate the lessons, more time to strengthen your foundation, more time to fall deeper in love with the person you're becoming. Don't rush that process. Don't skip steps because you're afraid of missing out. There is no missing out on what's meant for you. That's the whole point. When someone is truly meant for you, the timing will align, not because you forced it, but because both of you had to walk your individual paths to become the people who could meet each other and recognize what you were seeing. So trust the journey. Trust the unfolding. Trust that every experience, even the painful ones, especially the painful ones, are shaping you into someone capable of receiving and sustaining real love. You are not behind. You are not broken. You are not unlovable. You are exactly where you need to be. Learning exactly what you need to learn, becoming exactly who you need to become. And when that person walks into your life, when you look at them and feel that deep recognition, that quiet certainty, that sense of coming home, you'll understand why nothing else worked out. You'll see that every closed door was protecting you from something that wasn't aligned with your highest good. You'll realize that the universe wasn't punishing you with loneliness. It was preparing you for something real. Until then, keep choosing yourself. Keep honoring your truth. Keep listening to that inner voice that knows better than your fear ever could. You are worthy of the love you've been seeking. Not because you've become perfect, but because worthiness isn't something you earn. It's something you already are. It's something you've always been. The right person won't need to be convinced of that. They'll see it the moment they meet you, and you'll see it in them too. That's how you'll know. Not because your mind will create a logical argument, but because something deeper, something wiser, something that's been waiting for this moment all along will simply recognize itself. And in that recognition, you'll understand that you were never really searching for another person. You were searching for yourself. And now that you've found yourself, truly found yourself, you're finally ready to share that discovery with someone who's done the same work. That's the love worth waiting for, worth waiting. That's the connection worth honoring yourself to receive. That's the transformation that changes everything. When someone is meant for you, you'll know. Not because the angels will sing or the stars will align in some dramatic display, but because after all the chaos, all the confusion, all the relationships that taught you what you don't want, you'll finally feel peace. Deep, quiet, unshakable peace. And in that peace, you'll know you're home. Thank you for being here on this journey of self-discovery. If these words resonated with you, if you saw yourself in this story, share your experience in the comments below. What pattern are you finally ready to break? What truth are you finally ready to honor? Your story matters, and it might be exactly what someone else needs to hear today. And if you want to continue exploring the depths of human psychology, the path to wholeness, and the journey toward authentic love, subscribe and join this community of people who refuse to settle for anything less than truth. The best is yet to come.
There are very special moments in the night when everything around us gradually grows quiet and we begin to feel another world opening within us. There are no longer any roles to perform, no more noise from daytime life. There is only you and the deepest thoughts of the soul. Carl Jung believed that it is precisely in such moments that the door to the world of the unconscious begins to open. A world where forgotten memories, unnamed fears, and the most secret longings still silently exist. According to Jung, a human being is not only the conscious part we recognize each day. Beneath that surface lies a vast ocean of the mind, where ancient symbols exist, where archetypes that have accompanied humanity for thousands of years still live, and where those shadowed parts we so often avoid remain. He called this the unconscious. And it is from there that dreams arise, unexpected emotions arise, moments of intuition arise, as if the soul were trying to tell us something important. Over the next 2 hours, we will slowly step into that deep inner world through the wisdom of Carl Jung. We will explore the hidden parts of the soul, understand the social mask, meet the shadow within, and gradually recognize the journey Jung called the process of becoming oneself. This is not only a lesson in psychology, but it is also a quiet journey back to the self, where you can hear your soul more clearly as night falls. Because sometimes the most important answers in life do not lie in the outer world, but rest quietly deep within the soul itself. And tonight, we will open the door to that world together, slowly, gently, like a journey back to yourself. So let your mind soften, and let this exploration begin. Number 1. When night falls, the soul begins to speak. When night falls, an almost invisible yet profoundly deep shift begins to take place inside every human being. During the day, We live in an outward-facing state. We respond to work, to messages, to the eyes of other people. We adjust our words, our attitude, even our emotions to fit the environment around us. Consciousness functions like a busy operator, constantly keeping everything running smoothly. But when night descends and the sounds of the world gradually recede, that operator slows down. There is no longer so much to process, no longer so many roles to maintain. And in that silence, a deeper layer of the soul begins to speak. That voice does not arrive with the clarity of a conversation. It comes as a feeling, a light sadness we cannot name, a vague question about the path we are walking, a difficult emptiness that is hard to explain, even though everything seemed fine during the day. By day, we can pass over those signals. We are busy, distracted, full of reasons not to stop. But the night does not allow us to keep running. When the lights go out and the screen is no longer glowing in front of us, the inner space opens. And in that space, the things that have been delayed begin to find their way upward. Perhaps you have known the moment of lying in the dark and suddenly remembering some small thing from the day that made your heart grow heavy. Perhaps it was a sentence you blurted out, a decision you were not truly sure of, or a dream you quietly pushed aside. Night does not exaggerate those things. It only removes the noise so that you can see them more clearly. It is like the water of a great lake becoming still, and only then can you begin to see the lake bed. During the day, the surface is always rippling from the winds of responsibility and social interaction. But when the wind stops blowing, transparency appears. And in that transparency, you come face to face with your true depth. Jung once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." The darkness here is not something frightening. It is the parts we have not acknowledged, the feelings we have not named, the contradictions we have not dared to face. During the day, we can live without touching them. But night offers another possibility. It allows that darkness to move closer to consciousness, not to break us, but to make us more whole. I once witnessed this in Liam, a friend in my group. During the day, he was the most lively person there. He talked constantly, always made people laugh, and always kept the atmosphere light. No one would have thought he had anything weighing on his mind. But on one trip, after everyone else had fallen asleep, I saw him sitting alone outside a wooden cabin, staring into the night. No phone, no music, only stillness. He said that whenever it grew dark and no one was around, he began to feel the questions he did not allow himself to think about during the day. Was he really living in alignment with what he truly wanted? Was that cheerfulness his essence, or only a mask to cover over his unease? That moment revealed something important in Jung's thought. Human beings have a persona, the social mask that helps us adapt to the world. Persona is necessary. It helps us communicate and helps us survive in a community. But if we identify with it completely, we forget the deeper part of ourselves. Night is like the moment when that mask is set down. No one is watching. No one is judging. And when there is no audience left, we begin to sense our real face. The human soul is like a house with many levels. During the day, we live on the uppermost floor, the bright and familiar one. We clean it, arrange it, and keep everything looking neat. But below it are other levels, where memories are stored. Unfinished emotions, delayed longings. During the day, we rarely go down there. But when night falls and the upper floor grows quiet, the deeper levels begin to send signals. Not to frighten us, but to remind us that we are not only what we display. Many people fear nighttime thoughts because they make them feel vulnerable. But vulnerability is not weakness. Vulnerability is what happens when we stop shielding ourselves from ourselves. When you lie in the dark and feel sad for no clear reason, perhaps that is an emotion that has been suppressed for many days. When you feel a vague longing, perhaps it is a dream you once had, but abandoned out of fear. Night does not weaken you. It only makes the truth inside you clearer. Imagine the soul as a mirror covered in dust. During the day, dust rises constantly, and the harsh light makes it hard for you to see your reflection. But when night falls and everything settles, the dust begins to drop. You start to see your image more clearly. You may not like everything you see, but it is a true image. And only by seeing clearly can you understand and change. Jung believed that the journey of becoming oneself, the process of individuation, begins with accepting the whole of who we are, both light and darkness. This does not happen in the noise of the day. It happens in quiet moments when we dare to stay with thoughts that are not comfortable. Night gives us that opportunity. Not every night brings awakening, but every night is a door. Perhaps you have known nights when everything seemed clearer than usual. Not because you found the answer, but because you stopped avoiding the question. You realized you had been running too fast. You realized some of your choices were made only out of habit, not out of true desire. Those realizations may make you uncomfortable, but they are precious, because only when you see what is happening inside you can you begin to live differently. Night does not ask you to fix everything at once. It only invites you to listen. And in that listening, you begin to build a different relationship with yourself. You understand that you are not only a social role, not only success or failure. You are a complex structure where light and darkness coexist. When you accept that, you no longer fear stillness. The deepest lesson of the night lies in honesty. When the soul begins to speak, do not rush to silence it with noise. Do not rush to assume that the feelings that arise are something negative. They are signs that you are living more deeply, not only on the surface. And when you are patient enough to remain with that stillness, you will realize that darkness is not a terrifying void. It is the space where your true self gradually reveals itself. Each night is an invitation to return to yourself. You do not need to understand everything. You do not need to solve everything. You only need enough courage to listen. Because sometimes the most important turning points in life do not happen in the brilliant light of day, but in quiet moments when you lie in darkness and allow your soul to speak. And from those moments, the journey of becoming the person you truly are begins, slowly, deeply, and steadily, like a silent current that never stops moving. Number 2, the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious, the world within the human being. If, in the stillness of the night, you have already begun to hear faint movements within yourself, then that means you are touching a layer far deeper than familiar consciousness. In the previous part, we spoke about the moment the soul begins to speak, when all outside noise falls away. But that voice does not come only from a passing emotional layer. It arises from a far larger structure, one in which private memory and ancient human patterns coexist. To truly understand ourselves, we must step into the world Carl Jung called the unconscious. Not only the forgotten part of the individual, but also the collective depth of the human soul. We often believe we are the sum of what we can still remember. We tell the story of our lives through clear milestones: childhood, family, choices, moments of success and failure. But Jung pointed out that what we remember is only the surface of a much more complex reality. There are experiences that once happened, but no longer remain in the light of consciousness. Not because they disappeared, but because we unconsciously pushed them away in order to keep living. That is the personal unconscious. The personal unconscious is not loud. It does not introduce itself. It shows itself through reactions whose origins we do not fully understand. You may find it difficult to trust others, even when there is no clear reason. You may always fear failure, even though your achievements are not bad at all. These tendencies do not appear out of nowhere. They usually arise from experiences that once left a deep imprint on the mind, but were never fully processed. When a current event resembles that of the past, even in a very small way, old feelings immediately rise, as though they had never left. Jung believed that if we do not recognize these unconscious forces, they will direct us without our knowing. He once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This line is not meant to frighten us. It is meant to remind us that the hidden part within us always has real influence. If we do not look at it, we are easily led to believe that everything that happens is only an external circumstance. But the unconscious does not stop at the personal level. Jung discovered that beneath private memories, there is also a shared foundation of humanity. He called this the collective unconscious. This is not your own memory. It is a treasury of images and patterns that have repeated across generations. Motifs of love, betrayal, sacrifice, power, loss, rebirth. These structures appear in literature, art, and spiritual life across every culture. Look at Raskolnikov in Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. He commits his crime not only because of circumstance, but because of an idea of moral superiority. His inner struggle is not merely personal conflict. It touches a larger question about conscience, about the boundary between reason and morality. Readers across different cultures still feel pulled into that torment because it awakens a common structure in human psychology, the conflict between ambition and moral responsibility. That is how the collective unconscious expresses itself through literature. The collective unconscious can be imagined as deep ground beneath each individual. You may build your life in your own way, but that ground still shapes how the structure stands. It influences how we understand good and evil, love and death, the meaning of sacrifice or power. Whether we are aware of it or not, those patterns remain present in how we think and feel. That is why our dreams sometimes contain images not directly related to personal experience, You may dream of falling into an abyss, being trapped in a narrow space, or standing before a door that cannot be opened. These images are symbolic. They do not merely retell the events of the day. They reflect deeper movements in the soul, movements universal in nature, such as fear, change, or the longing to break free. When we understand that both the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious exist within us, we begin to look at inner conflict differently. Instead of hastily seeing ourselves as abnormal, we may realize that we are taking part in a natural process of development. Moments of disorientation are not necessarily failures. There may be signs that an old structure is no longer wide enough for the person growing inside you. The inner world, then, is not only a place where private history is stored. It is a space where the individual and humanity meet. When you feel deeply drawn to a certain image in art or cinema, that may not be a simple preference. A deep pattern within you may be awakening. When you feel fear before a major change, that may not be only present anxiety, but the reaction of a psychological structure that has existed across generations to protect life. You do not need to turn yourself into an analyst of your own psyche. You do not need to dissect every emotion into concepts. What is far more necessary is a quiet attitude, staying with what is happening inside without rushing to manage it. When a feeling rises too quickly or too strongly, instead of controlling or denying it, give it a few breaths. When a dream leaves behind an aftertaste you do not understand, do not rush to dismiss it as meaningless. Hold it in memory, or write down a few lines. When you notice yourself repeatedly falling into the same kind of relationship, do not blame yourself. See it as a map repeating itself, inviting you to look more deeply at what has not yet become conscious. Over time, that calm attention will create a subtle shift. You will no longer be completely swept away by impulsive reactions. You begin to notice that there is a small space between the outside event and the feeling rising within. That space may be delicate, but it is immensely precious. At that moment, you have a choice: continue reacting in the old way or try another one. It is precisely this capacity for awareness that opens freedom. Not freedom from problems, but freedom from the invisible control of what has not yet been recognized. When you understand the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious in this way, you do not separate yourself from life. On the contrary, you enter it with greater clarity. You no longer see yourself as someone completely determined by circumstance, nor do you see the past as a fixed sentence. You begin to see yourself as a process still unfolding, where every experience, whether private or universal, contributes to shaping the person who is being formed day by day. If these reflections make you feel that there is still much depth within you left unexplored, leave a comment. I am going inward. That is not only a statement. It is the shift from living on the surface to courageously entering the vast inner space, where growth begins with the willingness to look directly at oneself, slowly and sincerely. Number 3. The social mask, the person you show to the world. The moment you begin to realize that deeper movements exist inside you beyond consciousness is also the moment another question quietly appears. Who then is the person the world is seeing? If we have already moved through the hidden layers of the unconscious, we now stand before the exact opposite, the carefully organized surface layer that adapts to the gaze of society. Carl Jung called this layer the persona, the mask we wear when we step into the world. And unlike what we often think, the issue is not whether we have a mask or not. The issue is whether we know that we are wearing it. Persona begins to form very early. As children, we quickly learn that certain expressions will be rewarded, while others will be rejected. A well-behaved child is often loved. A child who is too sensitive may be told they are weak. A child who gets angry may be seen as difficult. Little by little, we adjust ourselves. We keep the parts that are accepted and push away the parts that make the surrounding world uncomfortable. This process is not deliberate dishonesty. It is the instinct to survive within a group. But from that point, an image begins to take shape, an image both we and others become familiar with. Jung once wrote, "The persona is that which in reality one is not, but which oneself as well as others think one is. Persona is what in truth we are not, but what both we and others believe we are." That sentence can feel shocking because it places a question mark over the entire image we have built. But Jung did not reject the role of persona. He understood that without it, it would be difficult for a human being to function in society. Persona is the bridge between the ego and the world. It allows us to take on roles, fulfill responsibilities, and participate in relationships without exposing the whole of our inner life. The problem begins when we identify with that role completely. When we believe we are only the successful one, the strong one, the cheerful one, the one who never makes mistakes. Those labels may be useful at first, but if we cling to them too tightly, we gradually narrow ourselves into a fixed image. We lose flexibility. We do not allow other parts of ourselves to exist. And every time our inner reality fails to match that image, we feel anxious, even panicked. During an advanced course in analytical psychology that I attended in New York, I met a woman named Sarah. She was the creative director of a major media company, used to appearing before crowds with confidence and sharpness. In the first sessions of the course, Sarah always spoke in a highly controlled voice, analyzing her experiences in very articulate language. She seemed to always know exactly what she was saying and why. But during one exercise, when each person was asked to describe the part of me I never show anyone, Sarah fell silent. That silence lasted so long that the whole room grew tense. Finally, she said that what she feared most was that if the image of the strong and creative woman disappeared, she would become invisible. She admitted that when she was alone, she often felt she was not good enough, and that it was precisely this fear that made her work even harder to maintain a perfect image. Sarah's story is not unusual. Many people spend their whole lives trying to protect a persona that once helped them gain acceptance. They become experts, leaders, caregivers, and inspirers. But inside, there may remain a part that is tired of always performing. That exhaustion does not come from the work itself. It comes from the pressure of maintaining the image. When persona becomes our only identity, we live in a state of constant vigilance. We are afraid afraid of being seen differently. We are afraid of revealing imperfection. And that fear consumes an enormous amount of energy. Persona is like a suit of armor, crafted with exquisite precision. It protects us from direct collisions with society. But if we wear that armor for too long, we forget the natural feeling of our own body. We no longer know where the metal ends and the skin begins. At that point, every criticism aimed at the role becomes a personal wound. Every outer change becomes a threat to the entire self. What is striking is that society often encourages us to strengthen persona. Achievement is rewarded, stability is praised, consistency of image is seen as professionalism. Very rarely are we asked, what do you truly feel behind that image? And when there is no space in which to remove the mask, we may gradually lose the ability to recognize what we genuinely feel. We get used to saying, I'm fine, even when we are not. We get used to staying composed even when chaos is stirring inside. But persona is not the enemy. It only becomes a problem when we forget that we are able to take it off. Jung did not advise us to destroy all social roles. He only emphasized that the persona must remain flexible. We can step into a role when needed and step out of it when it is no longer needed. That flexibility requires consciousness. When you know which role you are performing, it does not swallow you whole. Transformation begins with acknowledging the distance between image and inner experience. You may be a strong leader and still have the right to feel afraid. You may be a devoted caregiver and still have the right to feel tired. You may be an inspiring person and still have the right to doubt yourself. When you allow those contradictions to coexist, persona is no longer a prison. It becomes a tool. The deepest lesson of persona is not live naked before everyone. That is neither realistic nor necessary. The lesson is to create for yourself at least one space where you do not have to perform. It may be a trusted friend. It may be a journal page that no one reads. It may be only a few minutes each day when you admit what you truly feel. Those moments protect your identity from shrinking into a social image. When you begin to distinguish between the person you present and the person you experience within, a kind of freedom appears. You no longer depend entirely on the gaze of others to confirm your worth. You can fulfill your role professionally without losing sincerity. You can step into the world with confidence and still return to yourself in honesty. And it is precisely at that point of balance that real maturation begins. Not by removing the mask, but by recognizing that it is only one part of you, not the whole of you. When you are conscious enough to wear it without being controlled by it, you take another step on the path Jung called individuation, becoming yourself within society, not losing yourself in order to be accepted by society. Number 4. The darkness within, meeting your own shadow. And once you have begun to see the mask you wear each day, a deeper question quietly arises in the mind. If that is not yet the whole of who I am, then where is the rest? What has been left behind the light of the image I keep trying to maintain? Carl Jung called that part the shadow. The shadow. Not darkness in the simple moral sense of good and evil, but everything we do not want to admit is part of us. These are the feelings, tendencies, desires, and fears we once learned to suppress because they did not fit the image we wanted to preserve. The shadow is not only the ugly part, it is the part excluded from consciousness because it causes discomfort, shame, or unsettles the story we tell about ourselves. From the earliest years of life, we begin this process. We learn that some expressions make us loved, while others bring rejection. We keep our obedience and hide our anger. We keep our strength and hide our fear. We keep our generosity and hide our need to be prioritized. This process helps us adapt to society, but it also creates a dark region inside where the rejected parts continue to exist in silence. Jung once wrote, "Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is brought into conscious life, the darker and denser it becomes." This is not meant to frighten us. It is meant to remind us that what we reject does not disappear. It accumulates energy, and that energy, if left unrecognized, will find ways to express itself through the paths we control least. One of those paths is projection. You may have hated someone for being too ambitious, too confident, too visible. But that discomfort may not only be about them. It may be touching the part of your own ambition you have never allowed yourself to admit. You may feel irritated by someone who is too emotional, while you yourself learned never to allow yourself to cry. We often believe the problem lies outside us, but sometimes what triggers us most strongly is a mirror reflecting the part hidden within. Think of the myth of Hades, the god who ruled the underworld in Greek culture. Hades was not evil, though he lived in darkness. He ruled a realm the living did not want to look at. From Jung's perspective, the underworld can be understood as the deep level of the soul, where what has not been processed and what has not been accepted is stored. When Persephone is pulled down into that world, the story is not only about loss, it is about the necessity of going down in order to return with new awareness. Without the descent, there is no real growth. The shadow within you is like that. It does not exist to destroy you. It exists to complete you. But if you try to ignore it, it will find ways to speak through reactions you cannot control, through sudden anger, through strange jealousy, through lingering shame. When we do not dare look into the depths rise up in the very ways that surprise us most. Imagine the soul as a house with many levels. The top floor is where light pours in, where you receive guests, and where you proudly display the finest things. But below there is also a basement. Down there are the objects you do not want to show, the memories you have not dared to reopen. If you lock the basement door and pretend it does not exist, the house does not become stronger for that. On the contrary, what has been forgotten may begin to rot. The only way to keep the house whole is to go downstairs from time to time, open the door, and look at what is there. Many people fear that if they look directly at their dark side, they will become worse. But in reality, it is denial that makes it dangerous. When you admit that you can feel anger, you begin to understand what triggers it. When you admit that you can feel envy, you begin to see what you long for. When you admit that you can be selfish, you learn how to set boundaries instead of quietly building resentment. Recognition does not make you worse. It gives you the power to choose. The paradox is that the shadow does not contain only negative qualities. It also keeps the capacities you have not yet dared to live. Some people do not dare admit their ambition because they fear being seen as arrogant. Some do not dare shine because they fear being envied. Some do not dare love deeply because they fear being hurt. These potentials are pushed down not because they are bad, but because they make us anxious. When you say, "I'm not that kind of person," perhaps you are protecting yourself from fear more than expressing your true nature. When night falls and you no longer have to maintain your image in front of anyone, another kind of space gradually opens. In that quiet, the things overlooked during the day are given a chance to return. Not loudly, not dramatically, just small waves touching the shore of consciousness. A memory that makes you sink inward, a feeling you cannot name, an unease with no clear source. Night does not create those things. It only removes some of the interference so that you can hear more clearly what was already there. Perhaps you have tried to push those thoughts away because they made you uncomfortable. But if, instead of resisting, you stay a little longer, you may discover that they do not come to destroy you. They come like forgotten parts knocking at the door, not to demand that you change everything immediately, but to be acknowledged. And the very act of acknowledgement is already a profound shift. When you say to yourself, "I see this in me," you are widening the boundaries of your identity. This is a slow process. It is not that one look back makes everything clear, but each time you are honest enough to look more deeply into yourself, you narrow the distance between the person you present and the person you truly are. Inner tension begins to soften. You no longer have to maintain an image that is too perfect. You begin to feel lighter because you are no longer dividing yourself into the parts that are allowed to exist and the parts that are not. And in that gentle state, you also begin to look at others differently. You understand that everyone is struggling with parts of themselves that have never been named. Compassion is no longer a moral effort. It becomes the natural consequence of understanding yourself. When you recognize that light and darkness coexist within you, you stop demanding perfection from others. Right now, in the stillness in which you are listening, give yourself a slower breath and ask, when was the last time you truly touched that hidden part within yourself? If you are brave enough, share that story in the comments. Not to seek advice or validation, but so that you yourself may hear spoken aloud what has been kept in silence for too long. Because growth does not begin by removing the dark part, but by gently turning back toward it, looking directly at it, and allowing yourself to become a little more whole. Number 5. Why we often see in others what we hate in ourselves. And once you have begun to become familiar with your own dark side, the outer world seems to change as well. Not because other people have changed, but because the way you see them is no longer the same. You begin to notice that your strongest reactions rarely concern only the behavior happening right in front of you. they touch something deeper. There are moments that are extremely subtle and yet full of weight. You meet someone who talks often about their achievements, and suddenly, a feeling of irritation rises within you. You see someone living comfortably with their emotions, and silently judge them as lacking control. You encounter someone who always puts their own needs first, and you label them selfish. Those judgments may not be entirely wrong, but what matters is the feeling that comes with them. Why do certain people provoke such strong reactions in you, while others with similar behavior do not? Jung once wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." This line is not meant to erase the boundary between right and wrong. It opens another possibility. Your emotions are not only reactions to the world, but they are also signals from your inner structure. When a reaction carries an intensity that exceeds the situation, it is very likely touching a deeper part of you that you have never really examined. A friend of mine once shared that she was intensely irritated by a new colleague, a young woman who often spoke about her ambitions and was not afraid to talk about her big goals. She described the annoyance she felt every time the other woman talked about her dreams. She believed it was a tactless self-display. But after some time observing herself, she realized that what irritated her was not the other woman's ambition, but her own ambition, the one she had buried. She had once wanted to pursue a different direction in her career, but because she feared failure and being judged, she chose the safer path. When she saw someone daring to live out their ambition openly,
Now I gotta go back to Home Depot. Fuck.
the unlived part within her was activated. That irritation was no longer just judgment. It became a reminder. From the perspective of neuroscience, this is entirely understandable. Our brains store emotional memory in networks of association. When a present situation resembles an old experience, especially one marked by pain or conflict, the nervous system reacts faster than reason. The amygdala sends warning signals before the cortex has time to analyze the context. We feel irritated, tense, or defensive without knowing why. We assume the other person is the cause, but in truth, the reaction is being activated from within. In analytical psychology, Jung called this mechanism projection. When a quality is not accepted in consciousness, it does not disappear. It is pushed outward and assigned to other people. We see in them what we do not want to see in ourselves. It is like standing before a white wall while light from behind you casts an image onto it. The image appears, and you believe the content belongs to the wall. But the source of the light is not there. It is behind you. Other people are only the surface onto which what is operating within you is projected. This does not mean that everything you dislike in others is a copy of yourself. Some behaviors are genuinely harmful, but when a certain type of person repeatedly triggers you strongly, that is when it is worth pausing. Perhaps you are always irritated by people who seem too soft, while you have never allowed yourself to be vulnerable. Perhaps you hate selfishness, while you have sacrificed yourself to the point of exhaustion. Perhaps you criticize people who stand out, while you were once taught that shining is dangerous. Imagine that you are carrying a metal detector along a beach. Every time the machine makes a sound, you know that something metallic lies beneath the sand. Your emotional reactions to other people are like that signal. When it sounds too strongly, perhaps something beneath the sand of consciousness is still buried, something not yet excavated. Instead of focusing only on the surface of what that other person did, you might become curious about what lies deeper. That curiosity requires courage and humility, because it is much easier to hold fast to the position of the judge. When we say, "they are wrong," we preserve a sense of control. But when we ask, "what does this say about me?" we step into uncertainty. We have to admit that our reaction is not entirely objective. We have to accept that a part of our personal story is present in that feeling. But it is precisely in that admission that you begin to reclaim energy that had once been scattered outward. Each time you look at your reaction instead of looking only at another person's behavior, you are pulling back an arrow you once sent flying. You are no longer trapped in a repeated cycle of irritation. You begin to understand that the outer world is sometimes only the surface onto which inner content is cast. When you practice this long enough, a profound shift begins to occur. You are no longer triggered as easily as before. Not because other people have changed, but because your field of awareness has widened. You can admit the ambition within yourself without shame. You can accept the need to be recognized without calling it a weakness. You can recognize anger without denying it. And once you have seen those parts within yourself, you no longer need to fight them in other people. The world gradually becomes a mirror instead of a battlefield. Every person you meet, every collision you go through, can become an opportunity to understand yourself more deeply. This does not make you passive, nor does it mean you accept all harmful behavior. It simply allows you to act with greater clarity. You can still set boundaries when necessary, but you are no longer swept away by unconscious waves of feeling. The practice for this part begins with something very simple. When someone causes you strong discomfort, do not rush to conclude. Take a few minutes at the end of the day to sit quietly and remember that feeling. Ask yourself, what in this reaction feels familiar to me? When have I felt this in another situation? Is there any quality I was once criticized for and therefore learned to deny? Do not search for a perfect answer. Just open yourself to the possibility that your reaction has more layers than you think. Each time you do that, you are moving from reaction into awareness. You are not denying emotion. You are simply refusing to let it completely direct the way you see the world. And in that shift, you grow by one more step. Gradually, you will begin to feel a subtle relief. You will no longer have to spend so much energy fighting the images that make you uncomfortable. You will no longer be pulled into inner wars every time you meet a familiar type of person. You will understand that what you hate may in fact be the door leading toward the part you have never dared to recognize. And in that journey, you begin to look at other people with softer eyes. Not because they are perfect, but because you know that each human being carries within them parts not yet fully understood. When you are brave enough to look into your own reactions, you not only understand others more, you understand yourself more deeply. And that understanding becomes the foundation of inner freedom, the kind of freedom that does not come from changing the outer world, but from illuminating the world within. Number 6. Dreams, messages from the depths of the soul. Have you noticed that there are things you do not dare think about during the day, yet at night they come to you in the form of a dream? After we understand that our reactions to other people can be mirrors reflecting the inner world, another door, even deeper, begins to wait. If the outer world reflects us by day, then at night the soul begins to reflect itself. And there is no social language, no role, no mask. There are only images. Jung once wrote, "Dreams are the guiding words of the soul." He did not see dreams as the meaningless randomness of a sleeping mind, but as a way the depths of the soul begin to speak when consciousness has grown quiet. So dreams do not come to deceive you. They come to guide you back toward what is truly taking place within you. By day, you live in the world of logic. You make plans, solve problems, arrange things into order. But at night, the mind shifts into another language. The language of symbols. A house is no longer merely a house. A long corridor may no longer be only architecture. A dark forest may no longer be only nature. Every image carries a feeling, and that feeling is the key. In the Bible, there is the story of Jacob. As he left his homeland in a state of unease, he slept on the road and dreamed of a ladder reaching from earth to heaven, with angels ascending and descending upon it, and God standing above. When he awoke, Jacob said that the place was truly holy, though he had not recognized it before. From a Jungian perspective, this story is not merely religious in meaning. It reveals a profound symbol. The ladder is the image of connection between consciousness and the unconscious, between earthly human life and the sacred depth within. Jacob's dream appears at a transitional point in his life, when he leaves the familiar behind and steps into the unknown. It is not a simple prophecy. It is the image of an inner process. Jung believed that dreams often appear with great force during periods of transition, when you stand before an important decision, when a relationship ends, when an old identity no longer fits. Consciousness may try to keep everything stable, but the unconscious knows that change is underway. And it sends images like Jacob's ladder, reminding you that a shift is happening in the depths of the soul. One important point in Jung's thought is the compensatory function of dreams. If by day you are overly rational, a dream may bring intense emotion. If you always try to appear strong, a dream may place you in a state of vulnerability. If you are avoiding an important decision, a dream may repeat the image of you missing a train. It does not come to punish you. It only highlights what you are overlooking. Imagine the soul as a vast garden. By day, you tend the flower beds you love. You water the plants you want to keep. But some seeds fall into hidden corners you do not notice. At night, in darkness and stillness, those seeds begin to sprout. Dreams are like a flashlight shining into that corner of the garden, showing you what is growing beyond the reach of daytime sight. What matters is not to rush to decode dreams through rigid formulas. Jung did not encourage looking up symbols as though in a dictionary. He emphasized that each image must be understood within the context of the dreamer's personal life. A snake may be feared by one person. For another, it may be a symbol of rebirth. An old house may be a childhood memory, or it may be the image of one's present psychic structure. Meaning does not lie in the isolated symbol. It lies in the relationship between the symbol and the dreamer's life. And yet Jung also spoke of a deeper layer of dreams, the place where collective archetypes appear. Images such as the mother, the hero, the traitor, the descent into the underworld, and the road through a dark forest repeat across many cultures. When such images appear in dreams, they are not speaking only of personal events. They reflect a universal psychological process. Perhaps you are entering a period of transition. Perhaps you are leaving an old identity behind in order to form a new one. There are dreams that leave you waking with a feeling that is strikingly clear and yet difficult to describe. You may dream that you stand before a door, but do not dare open it. You may dream that you are searching for something in a strange room. You may dream of rising water or of flying high into the air. Instead of asking, "What omen does this dream carry?" you might ask, "What in my present life corresponds to this image?" The door may be an opportunity. The strange room may be an unexplored part of yourself. Rising water may be an emotion that has not yet been processed. The practical application of this does not require complex knowledge. It begins with remembering. When you wake up, do not reach for your phone right away. Lie still for a few minutes and remember the image that just appeared. Write down as many details as you can, the colors, the space, the feelings. Then, later in the day, come back to it and ask yourself, what does this image call up in my life right now? What stage am I in? Is there something I am avoiding? Gradually, you will begin to see that dreams do not come to confuse you. They come to make you more whole. By day, you may believe you have made the right decision. But at night, a dream may show that another part of you is still uncertain. By day, you may think you have let go, but a dream may show that the wound is still there. Dreams do not tell you that you are right or wrong. They simply show what has not yet become fully conscious. This is especially important in the practice of slowing down before sleep. When you hear these words at night, you are in a state closest to dreaming. Consciousness has softened. The boundary between thought and image has begun to loosen. This is the ideal time to plant a different attitude in the mind. Instead of fearing dreams, respect them. Instead of seeing them as a disturbance, see them as a message. Dreams do not require you to understand them immediately. Some dreams only become clear after many years. Some images return again and again like patient reminders. What matters is not how perfectly you decode them. What matters is that you maintain a relationship with that deepest part of yourself. In a noisy world constantly overstimulated by information, dreams are one of the rare places where the soul can still speak in its own language. They do not compete with outer noise. They wait for you to sleep. And when you sleep, they open the little door Jung once spoke of. So tonight, before you drift into sleep, try something very simple. Whisper to yourself that you are willing to listen. Not to listen with your ears, but with a gentle kind of attention when you awaken. And tomorrow, if an image remains, do not rush to brush it away. See it as one piece of the inner story you are living. Because sometimes the thing you most need to understand does not appear in daytime conversation, but in the quiet images of the night where the soul speaks to itself. Number 7. Ancient patterns living within every human being. And yet, if dreams open the door into the depths of the soul, then what waits on the other side is not only private memory or unnamed feeling. There also exist structures far older than that, patterns that have lived in the human mind for thousands of years. When a story moves you, when you naturally take on a familiar role in your family, when you find yourself repeating a pattern without even intending to, you may well be touching what Carl Jung called an archetype. Jung once wrote, "The archetype is a tendency to form such representations of a motif, representations that can vary a great deal in detail without losing their basic pattern." Within the human soul, ancient patterns like these are always present, and from them, familiar images, roles, and stories continue to repeat across many lives, many cultures, many eras. You can notice this in very ordinary situations. In some families, without anyone ever speaking it aloud, there is always a role of the one who carries everything. That person may be the eldest brother, the eldest sister, or even the youngest child. They naturally feel they must be strong, responsible, and steady whenever everything becomes chaotic. No one forces them, and yet they step into that place as if it were obvious. In Jung's light, this is not merely personality. It may be the protector archetype being activated. Somewhere else, there may be a person who is always seeking freedom, always longing to leave the comfort zone, always driven by distant horizons. They may change jobs many times, try new paths, and refuse to remain within one frame for too long. That is not merely impulsiveness. It may be that the wanderer archetype is very much alive within them. Archetypes work like underground rivers flowing beneath the surface of consciousness. You do not see them, but they shape the current of your life. You may think you are completely free in your choices, yet many times you are responding to an ancient pattern that existed long before you became aware of it. This does not mean you are ruled by fate. It means you carry within you a deep psychological inheritance. Think of the image of the mother in everyday life and look at simple moments. A woman waking early to prepare breakfast, quietly cleaning up after everyone has gone to sleep, always the first to sense when something is wrong. That image is not only one individual story, it touches the nurturer archetype. And what is striking is that this archetype does not live only in women. Many men also carry that energy within them: care, protection, compassion. By contrast, within each of us there also lives the child archetype, the innocent, curious, creative part. When you laugh naturally, when you become enchanted by something small, like watching the rain, or listening to an old piece of music, that part is present. But if you were raised in an environment that was too harsh, you may have learned to suppress it. Then life begins to feel dry and colorless. Not because the world has changed, but because one archetype in you has been pushed into the dark. Jung believed that archetypes are neither good nor bad. They are energies. The problem begins when we identify too strongly with one pattern and forget the others. If you live only as the protector, you may forget how to rest. If you live only as the wanderer, you may struggle to build stability. If you live only as the nurturer, you may lose your personal boundaries. Imagine your soul as an ancient garden with many doors. Each door leads to a different part of the garden: the hero's place, the child's place, the teacher's place, the rebel's place. You do not need to destroy any of those areas, but if you walk only in one corner of the garden, you will begin to believe that corner is the whole world. Psychological growth is the process of opening more of those doors. In modern life, archetypes are also fed by popular culture. The image of the successful person who never gets tired is repeated across social media. The image of the one who sacrifices everything for family is glorified in films. When you unconsciously chase those images, you may be identifying with a collective archetype without ever asking whether it truly fits your inner structure. Understanding archetypes gives you distance. When you notice that you are always taking on the role of rescuing others, you can stop and ask, is this my free choice, or is it a pattern I have lived in for too long? When you notice that you fear failure so much that you do not dare take a step, you can ask yourself, which archetype is active in me, the defender or the child who was once criticized? This is not meant to make you turn every action into a concept. It is meant to give you flexibility. When you become aware that many archetypes live within you, you are no longer imprisoned in one single story about yourself. You can be strong when needed and still allow yourself to be vulnerable. You can care for others and still allow yourself to be cared for. Archetypes also help us understand why fairy tales never die. The story of the hero leaving home, passing through trials, and returning is not mere entertainment. It reflects the path of growth in every human life. When you change careers, when you end a relationship, when you enter a new phase of life, you are living that motif. The changes happening within you are not strange. They are the ancient rhythm of the human soul. The practical application of this section begins by observing the recurring roles in your life. In your group of friends, who are you usually? The listener, the leader, the rebel, the one who eases tension? Write down that role and ask yourself, if I were to step outside this role just a little, what would happen? Even a small shift may open a new part of you. When you understand that ancient patterns live within you, you begin to feel less alone. The conflicts you experience are not abnormal. They are part of the human story. Fear, longing, love, loss, all of it was lived before you and will continue to be lived after you. You are not separate from that current. You are one link in the long chain of human experience. Thank you for staying with this journey through its halfway point. If these reflections touched you, share this video so that others may also enter the journey of exploring the inner world, slowly, deeply, and with awareness. Sometimes one small act like that is enough to open one more door in someone's inner garden. Number 8. The journey of becoming oneself, the path of individuation. After you have begun to see the ancient patterns moving quietly within you, after you have recognized that you are not only social roles or unconscious reactions, a deeper layer begins to open. This is no longer the story of discovering separate pieces one by one. It becomes the story of connecting them, because recognition alone is not enough.
Three things today.
The essential question is how all these parts, light and darkness, strength and vulnerability, reason and feeling, can exist together within one harmonious structure. It is here that Jung laid the...
I lost... Oh, I lost my case. I was carrying... I don't know. Oh, my phone charger. I don't know what to do with my phone charger. I had that when I carried the case. Okay. I just Hi.
foundation for the idea of individuation, the journey of becoming a living whole instead of a patchwork ego. Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." This line does not speak about becoming more special than other people. It speaks about deep honesty with oneself. Individuation is not about inventing a new identity to impress the world. It is about gradually removing the layers that do not belong to you. For many years, we may live according to the expectations of family, society, and environment. We learn to adapt, to achieve, to build an image. But at some point, perhaps very quietly, we begin to feel that what we are living does not entirely reflect the person deep inside. That feeling is not loud. It is like a slight misalignment in the rhythm. And that very misalignment is the starting point of the journey. Jung believed that the ego is the center of consciousness, but not the center of the whole psyche. Behind the ego is the self, a totality that includes both consciousness and the unconscious. When we are young, the ego usually dominates. We build careers, images, relationships, and seek recognition. That is necessary. But if life revolves only around strengthening the ego, emptiness soon begins to appear. Individuation is the process of shifting the center from the ego to the self, not erasing the ego, but placing it where it belongs, as one part of the whole, not the whole person. This journey rarely begins in ease. More often, it is activated by a crisis. It may be a professional failure, the collapse of a relationship, an event that forces you to look again. Jung did not see the crisis as something purely negative. He saw it as a stage of transformation. When the old structure no longer fits, it must crack so that a new structure can emerge. That process can be painful because we must let go of what once defined us. But it is precisely within that breaking that the possibility of growth appears. The story of Robert Downey Jr., the American actor famous for Iron Man, is a very clear example. From being one of Hollywood's most promising young talents, he fell into the spiral of addiction and self-destruction. There was a time when nearly every door in his career seemed to close. But instead of continuing to run, Robert Downey Jr. gradually faced the darker parts within himself. His return was not only a commercial success on screen, it also revealed the sign of a man who had begun to integrate the very parts that once caused his collapse. From a Jungian perspective, this was not merely a superficial comeback, it was a process of individuation, when a person is no longer completely controlled by the unconscious parts that have not been acknowledged, but begins to live with a deeper awareness of who they are. Individuation does not require you to go through some great tragedy. It can begin with very small things, a feeling of discomfort when you say something you do not believe, a sense of emptiness when you achieve a goal and still do not feel whole, a quiet urge to change something, though you do not.
Alright, we're about to do a music review of the songs I did earlier. Pretty pissed. It's such crap. You guys are gonna start criticizing my Alright, so here's Small Town.
Yeah. Different. This one's for the kid they didn't understand. Country roads, big family, big dreams. Small town, big mission. I'm a small town hero with a big world heart. They just tried to make me feel like I was born too far from the fields to the city where I carried that spark. Now I turn what hurt me in light to the dark. Small town hero, I was different from the start. They laughed at my dreams, tried to tear me all apart, but they kept the hope where the strong roots grow. Now the world's gonna feel what the small town knows. I came up where the buggies rode slow by the road, where the fields stretched wide, where the winters felt cold. Burning in my memory, middle field near. Kid with a mission nobody could hear. They tried to call me names like I'm less of a man. Have a big family so I'm hard to understand. Just a young soul, try to find my place. With a hero's dream hidden under this quiet face. I had dirt on my shoes, thoughts to the sky, wondering why. People wanna judge, but they don't wanna try to think why. Every hard work put the steel in my spine. Every lonely walk became the mountain that I climbed. I don't need a cape, I had will in my chest. And a heart full of questions and a mind that wouldn't rest. They saw a country kid with nowhere to go. I saw a future where I came back with hope. A small town hero with a big world heart. They tried to make me feel like I was born too far from the fields to the city where I carried that spark. Now they turn what hurt me light to dark. Small town here, I was born different from the start. They laughed at my dreams, tried to tear them all apart. Tried to keep my hopes and dreams all apart. School halls felt colder in Ohio frost. Every joke that they went through made me feel lost. More lost, but I had cartoons, cars, Game Boy and the Game Boy screen. Little pieces to escape. Had to live my dream. Every time I had to go and be a hero, how? How am I to be the hometown hero? How am I to do it if I really got small dreams? Big dreams. Let my soul really achieve what I really believe, what I really see. Got it, this is what it means to be me. One day, you'll see, it's me with a big dream, living it out. How I had to find what I was all about. Had to be myself, had to go and get it. Had to be myself and I had to go and get it. I aim for the dream like I aim for the name. Every back road, every scar, every mile that I walked alone, every place that I felt unwanted became the power in my bones. I ain't running from the roots that made me grow. I'm the hero from the town they used to overlook. A small town hero with a big world heart. A small town hero. Yeah. Lord, let my story be useful. Let my pain become purpose. Let my work become service. I'm not asking for a blessing. I'm asking to become one. I'm doing this for the world, not only for me. God put a mission in my heart to carry. I've been through the storms, they tried to bury my soul. But heaven kept saying, yeah, get up and go. Heaven kept calling, said, get up and go. For the world, for the ones still hurting. For the kids with the dreams behind the curtains. If you give me light, I'll let the shine unfurl. Lord, use my light to do good for the world. Lord, use my light to do good for the world. Lord, use my light to do good for the world. Yeah. Lord, let my story be used.
I see my sound recording properties is fucked up. That's why I was sounding like that. I was like, what the hell? Okay. So how do you fix that? Boy. The fuck? I wish my phone wasn't fucking dead. It won't fucking charge. You guys better make something. Shout out Syndicate. Good shit. We're watching, we're educating, we're shout out. You guys ever watch this show? Uh-oh. Yeah, that's fucked up. That Alright. I don't even know what show this is, but I'm gonna watch it. back. 100-day stream, my back's gonna be. Alright. I don't know what show this was, but